And to this particular building. Llandudno and Conwy County have played an important part in the history since the very beginning. Lewis Valentine, the first leader of Plaid Cymru, was born here, about a quarter of a mile down the road, and was also a minister here in Llandudno. It's a great pleasure to welcome you here to Llandudno. Last time we were together in this building were in the annual conference in 2022, and I'd like to thank you for the invitation to extend a welcome to you today as one of the Plaid Cymru councillors here in Conwy County. There are major challenges facing us today. And it's the same challenges that face county councils. But we, as Plaid councillors, work hard in our communities and in the council chamber to ensure fairness for our citizens, despite the financial constraints. We suffered 14 years of this under the Tories, and we're still suffering under Labour. And of course, we expected that things would get better. With two Labour governments, one in London, one in Cardiff, but it appears that we'll be still waiting.
We are meeting here this week at our spring conference in Llandudno at one end of the A470, with Cardiff Bay at the opposite end. And it does
granted, unfair funding, Labour refusing the things that is best for the money for Wales from HS2, and refusing to devolve the Crown Estate. And let's talk about the Crown Estate. By now, 17 Welsh councils have insisted that the Crown Estate and its wealth be transferred to Wales. We're talking about £853 million of Wales's wealth. Much of that comes from renewable sea energy and goes straight to the Treasury in London. Just imagine what we could do with that money. And we ask, why are we treated differently from Scotland? Where's the fairness in that? And what about the Labour government decisions since they came to power? Welfare cuts for the most vulnerable, cutting winter fuel payments for pensioners. Indeed, I'm really afraid of what's going to come next. Something else that concerns me greatly is the increase in the popularity of the Reform Party. People are disappointed in Labour and the Tories, but we must convince those who are politically homeless that there is another party. And the most important message is Reform does not stand for the benefit of Wales. They don't care about Wales. There's only one party that put Wales central, and that's Plaid Cymru. Looking forward to the Senedd elections next year, it's important to note that Plaid Cymru has the greatest number of councillors in the new constituency of Bangor Aberconwy Mon. The infrastructure's there, but we must work hard at the grassroots in every constituency to bring in volunteers. We must inflame our young people with this passion. We must continue and increase the momentum between now and next year. And I can't stand here without particularly mentioning the particular team between the Instagram Plaid team. Carry on with this work. I really don't know where you get your ideas from, but thank you. But let's go back to Conwy County. We have a particularly good Plaid team. We are led by Councillor Austin Roberts, and Councillor Dilwyn Roberts holds the culture portfolio. Pat obviously holds the social care portfolio and works hard, as you can imagine. Councillor Abdul Khan was recently chair of the County Council, the first Bangladesh councillor to undertake this role. And Councillor Aaron Wynne was with me in Llanrwst and Llandoget, the youngest councillor to win a seat, is a mine of information and holds so much inspiration for our communities. I am indebted to them all. And lastly, Councillor Gwenol Ellis, who joined the council in 2022, who works tirelessly for her ward, chair of the Education Committee, and cooperates closely with me to provide a food bank service in the rural areas of Conwy County. And of course, none of us would be councillors today without the support of the grassroots activists of Plaid Cymru. Our debt is great to them. But it would be good to increase the number of councillors. So, if you're interested, get in touch and we'll do everything to help you. So, on behalf of the Plaid members here in Conwy, I'd like to welcome you to Llandudno and to the conference. Plaid Cymru conferences are a particular opportunity to bring people together, discuss policies, and rekindle enthusiasm. We have a weekend full of events. You can hear speeches from 9 Senedd members. Some of the particular group who are working so hard in the Bay, including our leader, Rhina Piorwedd, who certainly inspires us all. We'll have a speech from Seamus Logan of the SNP MP this afternoon, and Liz Saville Roberts one of the excellent team of 4 who's working for Wales in Westminster will certainly raise the roof. There are panel conversations, fringe meetings and policy debates happening over the next 2 days. Please participate. Your voice is important. I look forward very much to chatting with you all. So, enjoy the conference, and once again, a very warm welcome to Llandudno. Thank you very much.
But it's wonderful to be back here in Llandudno, to see you all. So, who of you likes Christmas? I love Christmas. It's an opportunity to see old friends and catch up with family. And on New Year's Day today, I went over to see a very dear member of the family I hadn't seen for a very long time. And it was wonderful to share stories about the children and to hear about what had happened in the years gone by. But things hadn't been very good for her, because she'd been waiting for treatment and had been waiting for treatment for a very long time. Indeed, she was promised treatment in July last year, only for that to be delayed, postponed, and a date given to her every month, and each one of them cancelled. She lives in Carmarthenshire. There was no availability for her in the Hywel Dda Health Authority area. But despite that, 25 miles away in Swansea, there were empty spaces, vacancies for the kind of treatment she was waiting for. But because she lived in the different health board region, she couldn't get her surgery. So the result of all of this was that she had to visit the GP several times in order to increase the painkillers she was on, and her physical condition and her mental health was deteriorating. Unfortunately, her story is one that's all too common, and I'm sure that each one of us who are here today know people who are on waiting lists for one treatment or another. These long waiting lists before treatment have become a characteristic of Labour's mismanagement of the health service. In truth, it's a reflection of the state of Wales after 25 years of Labour administration, with the same fundamental failures here, whether that's in the economy, education, transport and every other policy area under their control. It's some sort of manana government. Why do it today when we can wait till tomorrow? Why change things? It may be that the order that we have has failed, the regime we have has failed the people of Wales, but it suits Labour. It's in their personal interest not to see the radical change we need. And it was only yesterday that we heard that more than 21,000 people continue to wait more than 2 years for treatment, that waiting lists are longer now than they ever were. When Baroness Morgan became First Minister, more than 600,000 people, more than 1 in 5 of us are on a waiting list. and that they are now more than 17,000% longer than they were in 2012. That's a stat for you. So since the last Senedd election, Labour has spent £1.5 billion to clean up the mess they've made of waiting lists. And one would have hoped with that, with such an investment, it would be conditional on success and targeted. This corresponds to £375 million a year, which is the initial period, therefore. There'll be the initial salary of 200 nurses or 2,000 nurses or 200 GPs, but instead of having those thousands of nurses extra, what we have is a scarcity of 2,000 nurses and 500 GPs. And all the government can show for this investment is longer waiting lists, with 200,000 people extra on them now. So it's not just deficient management, but a characteristic of the Labour Party's DNA in Wales. Every single one of the First Minister's predecessors left waiting lists in a worse condition than before they got to their job. And on the Labour benches now are 5 former health ministers who have failed to bring this under control. In the meantime, the targets have failed on waiting lists so often that they are by now completely meaningless. The targets have changed, the personnel have changed, but the record of failure of the Labour government stays.
But as we readily acknowledge, these are only short-term measures to give our beleaguered NHS some much-needed breathing space. The process of ultimate renewal, of hauling our NHS back to its feet, fit for the future, must involve a fundamental political and cultural shift in how we conceive and approach to the delivery of healthcare. Conference, you'll all be aware of the depressingly familiar sight of long queues of ambulances parked outside hospitals, leaving patients stranded for hours on end in unsafe environments, sometimes exacerbating what are already serious, life-threatening conditions. It's a symptom of how the machinery of the NHS, once well-oiled, has been left to rust and malfunction by insufficient attention to its wider interdependencies. Because the problems faced by the ambulance service aren't necessarily related to vehicle or staff shortages, but rather barriers in patient flow management, which in turn exposes the sheer neglect of the social care sector, with repercussions that are resonating with ominous regularity. Welsh Government talks a good talk on the importance of social care, but their record of delivery falls woefully short. The reality is that social care is the poor relation to the system, both in terms of funding and policy focus. Successive Labour ministers have often spoken of the need to correct this imbalance, but in practice have been unable to break free from what every Senedd committee recently lamented as their propensity for firefighting at the front line. The case for a purposeful shift in this direction becomes ever more stark when we consider upcoming demographic trends. Wales already has the oldest median population in the UK nations, and by 2031, over 30% of our population will be over 60, and nearly 12% will be over 75. While Welsh people are, on average, living longer, they're not necessarily getting healthier. Indeed, the gap between healthy life expectancy and overall health expectancy in Wales is currently nearly 18 years for men and a little over 22 years for women, the highest of the UK nations. Age-related conditions such as dementia and Alzheimer's are also amongst the main causes of death in Wales, and the number of people in Wales living with severe dementia is expected to increase to 53,700 by 2040. That's why Plaid Cymru would make enhancing the capacity, resilience and prestige of the social care sector an urgent national priority, because all the evidence shows we can't afford any more prevarication in this area. Through our cooperation agreement, we had already committed to establishing a national care service fully integrated with the NHS and free at the point of need. It would represent the most revolutionary transformation of our healthcare system since Aneurin Bevan's initial vision. And conference, it remains our quintessential lodestar. But such monumental change can't happen overnight. It needs a carefully considered roadmap and practical steps to a sustainable transition. And unfortunately, without Plaid Cymru's guiding influence within the cooperation agreement, this programme of work has lost its way as Labour has reverted to its bad habits of prioritising short-term sticking plaster solutions. So, if we have the honour of being in government next year, I give my pledge that Plaid Cymru will redouble our efforts to bring the National Care Service closer to fruition, injecting much needed fresh energy to this essential process. Y mater cyntaf mae'n rhaid I ni ddatrys ydy
The first matter we need to sort out is improving the care sector and its status. It is underappreciated and undervalued, and a Plaid Cymru government therefore would increase the real living wage of social workers and care workers by £1 an hour, while we move closer to the aim of getting a proper wage for health workers. We'd also look at options for reorganising the workforce plans by using best practice, for example the Berkshire model in Netherlands, with an emphasis on empowering local teams. The Plaid Cymru government would also be relentless promoters of and advocates for unpaid carers. These are heroes, 300,000 of them, who save billions of pounds for our nation every year. And what's really struck me with talking with groups such as Social Care Wales is that in comparison with the value that unpaid carers give our society, the requirements are very small. Having a government in place that would enact acts would be a step forward. Now, for example, every non-paid carer has the right to an assessment of personal needs in accordance with the Social Care Act of 2014. But in a story that's far too familiar to us in Wales about Welsh legislation, only 6% of carers in Wales receive such an assessment. 6%. And the inevitability of this is that you have financial uncertainty and mental health problems, and they're very, very common amongst unpaid carers. A damning indictment of the deterioration of our social contract. A Plaid Cymru government, therefore, would develop an action plan to ensure that the aims of this Act are actually fulfilled and achieved practically, with the aim of increasing the proportion of unpaid carers who receive an assessment every year from next Senedd term onwards. And this would reflect on Labour in Wales, which is performing to the gallery, making these nice warm statements and passing acts, but who fail completely to actually fulfil the duties of their own acts or ensure that they comply. Of course, there's no surprise then that so many people who had great hopes for the Labour Party are now looking for a new home today. And the failures of the Labour Party and their empty promises, their floral rhetoric without any substance, leads to disillusionment and creates very fertile ground for the extreme right wing and the populist right wing. But we in this party offer new hope and policies that are rooted in the needs of our people and our communities. We would therefore establish performance targets, national performance targets, for completing assessment of needs and with the aim of complying through the structures of the new government. Failure to comply with these statutory duties would not be tolerated. If the legislation says that it must happen, then it will happen through direct intervention by the Plaid Cymru government if needed. Finally, in parallel to our ambition to strengthen the workforce, we would also introduce institutional changes to ensure that we have a very firm service and fit for purpose in its place. The health service is celebrated as our greatest and dearest national asset, but this respect should not blind us to the reality that is no longer one can expect the NHS to do all the heavy work in providing care needs and healthcare needs for our population. So, under our watch, social care will not be considered as a little appendage to the welfare state, but reinforced as a fundamental pillar in itself, in the same way as secondary care and primary care. And in this way we will build those foundations for a health model and a social care model that is far more integrated, more resilient and more sustainable, ensuring a healthy future for our nation. Conference. You can be confident that Plaid Cymru has the innovative ideas that are rooted deeply in ourselves, as in our nation and in our communities, and that a Plaid Cymru government would be a transformative one that would improve the quality of the lives of the people of Wales. Thank you.
Diolch, Mabon ap Gwynfor. Croeso nôl. Nesaf I anerch y gynhadledd. Mae un sy'n gweithio'n diwyd I warchod enaid ein cenedl. Working to secure the future of our nation's soul, please welcome Plaid Cymru's spokesperson for culture and the Welsh language. Rowch groeso os gwelwch yn dda I lefarydd y blaid dros y Gymraeg a diwylliant. Heledd Fychan.
Good morning, conference. I'm going to do something that Labour in Wales aren't willing to do. And that's to be honest and recognise that the arts and cultural sector are in a crisis here in Wales. And it's Labour who's to blame. They've no vision for these sectors. There's no ambition, no support. And it doesn't appear to me that there's any understanding or any wish to grasp their problems. With culture and the arts so core to us as a nation, it's heartbreaking that we're in a situation of crisis where our institutions are in peril and posts lost. There's placements have been lost and opportunities of all backgrounds, all ages to engage with the arts. And it's just limited. This is not how it should be after almost 26 years of responsibility for these areas by our own parliament. I'm a member of the Culture Committee in the Senedd with Delyth Jewell. And we published a report which confirmed the seriousness of the situation after a decade of cuts. It's a heartbreaking report and shows that Wales is third from bottom amongst European nations on expenditure per head on culture and sport and cultural activities. This corresponds to £69 per head in Wales, compared with the average of 91% in the UK. And Iceland spends £600 per head. That is 10 times more than Wales. As part of the investigation, we heard evidence from loads of organisations about their ability to achieve and the danger that funding would be totally lost. And yet when we scrutinise the government, they refused time and time again. Jack Sargent refused to recognise the seriousness of the situation or to do more to support it. This is not good enough.
When National Museum Cardiff warned that its doors may have to close last year due to the sorry state of the building, the First Minister at the time, Vaughan Gethin, said, "If you told me I had a single pound to spend and I can either put it into children's services or the National Museum, I think most people would know where I'd choose to spend that single pound." Well, safe to say that pound would not go towards the National Museum, but neither would he try to ensure that even part of that pound would go towards culture. Similarly, when I led a debate a year ago about the importance of the arts and culture to Wales, the then Deputy Minister for Culture, Dawn Bowden, spent most of the time shouting at me, "But what about the NHS?" rather than speaking up for the portfolio she was supposed to be representing. As anyone that has any understanding or appreciation of these sectors will know, it's not an either or, is it? Children's services, the NHS and culture matter and are all worthy of investment. We shouldn't have to choose one at the expense of the other. The fact that culture and the arts are seen as nice-to-haves by our own government, rather than recognised as being integral to our identity, our economy and our standing on the world stage, tells you everything you need to know about Labour in Wales. They lack ambition, they lack vision, and their unionist mindset makes them nervous of supporting anything that fosters a sense of national pride. Neither do they seem to understand the power of culture to transform people's lives for the better, and why the right to participate and enjoy culture is considered a human right. If we are serious about securing the future of the NHS, then investing in preventative measures, such as lifelong opportunities to participate in art and sport, is essential. And it's not just me that's frustrated with the Welsh Government's approach. Andrew Green, the former Chief Librarian of the National Library of Wales, wrote an article last year which bore the title, "Why is the Welsh Government at war with culture?" He expertly outlined not just the recent funding challenges, but also the historic ones, and how we've therefore reached this point of crisis. He didn't mince his words and concluded, anyone who works in the cultural sector in Wales, whose life is enhanced by the arts or who cares about their social, economic and health benefits, should be deeply worried by a government whose members can't manage to grasp the critical importance of maintaining and improving state support for cultural bodies and individuals, especially at a time of economic difficulty and hardship. And he's not a lone voice. Pedyr ap Llwyd, who retired from his role as Chief Librarian last year, said, "My experiences during my tenure have revealed a gap in the political will needed to establish and sustain a supportive environment for the protection of our history and cultural legacy." Let me repeat that key phrase, a lack of political will. Ouch. This, despite the fact that both at Amgueddfa Cymru and the National Library of Wales combined, there is a maintenance backlog of tens of millions of pounds, meaning that the very buildings that house our collections risk damaging what they should be protecting. We saw what happened in Brazil in 2018 when governments ignored warnings by curators and continued to underfund the National Museum there. A catastrophic but avoidable fire where 92.5% of the nation's collections were lost. How would we feel? What would be the impact if that were to happen here in Wales? Hefyd, wrth gwrs, mi ydyn ni wedi gweld
Also,
Michael
of
Sheen
course, we've seen Michael Sheen stepping in, putting in his own money to establish a national theatre after National Theatre in Wales had to shut down. Rhyn ap Iorwerth and myself had a very useful meeting with him and discussed the role that a Plaid Cymru government could do in supporting the arts. In a word, we can make such a difference. But what about now? And 2026, what's going to happen to this sector if Labour doesn't do more? The future of the National Opera of Wales is in the balance. The company which has done so much to show Wales on the international stage. The music department of Cardiff University, with the minister with the responsibility for higher education, doesn't seem to worry about this. There's a college of music and drama in Cardiff. She doesn't seem to understand the difference between courses offered in the two institutions. We need both. And the College of Music and Drama itself is in peril with departments already closed. Also in the capital city, St David's Hall is still closed. And recently, the National Museum had to close down. It's opened, but considerable investment is still needed to bring it up to standard. I'm also worried about the grassroots and the opportunities for young people to engage in the arts, about learning and being part of a choir, an orchestra. That's cutting down because of the cuts. It's only those with families who can afford this will be able to take part. And it's true to the opportunity to go on a school trip to a theatre or a museum. And the grants to support lower income families are disappearing. Another relevant issue is the fact that the history of Wales is much too small an element in the curriculum, meaning that too many people are educated, don't know about the history of their own nation, never mind being taught to be confident Welsh speakers. We want to assure you, as members of Plaid, and assure everyone who's dealing with the arts and the arts and heritage sector in Wales, that we as a party are firm in our support for these sectors. We understand and we appreciate their value, and we want to overturn this situation, and a Plaid Cymru government will ensure access for all for the culture of our nation. A number of you here, I'm sure, with there's the saying, a language without a nation without a language is a nation without a heart. But without a language or a culture, Wales wouldn't be a nation. We have a duty to overturn the damaging decisions of Labour and setting a new path, and supporting and safeguarding our nation's culture is core to that. Onwards.
nawr, wedi gosod y llwyfan, ar y llwyfan, cawn drafodaeth banel dynawdd garedig ar Undeb Addysg Cenedlaethol a'r Undeb Prifysgol a Choleg I drafod chwildroi addysg yng Nghymru. Thank you to National Education Union Cymru and University and College Union for sponsoring our first panel discussion of conference. Here to debate Revolutionising Education in Wales. Please welcome the panel and their co-chairs. Rowch groeso i'r panelwyr a'r cyd-gaderyddion, Kevin Campbell a Sioned Williams.
Welcome to a very important discussion and a wide-ranging one, sponsored by UCI Wales. Quite a title. And we are going to be discussing what needs to be done from the early years right through to higher education this morning. So how and why? And what can be done by revolutionising education. So I have great pleasure in welcoming the panel. We'll be setting out some of the elements that need to be considered before we respond and open the debate to the floor so that you can have an opportunity to respond. So may I introduce in their turn Ellie Harwood, who's doing extremely important work, and we should be hearing this morning about the cost of a school day and the barriers to preventing learners from deprived areas to access to opportunity, and National Education Union Cymru, and Gareth Lloyd from UCU Cymru, and of course Kevin Campbell, the Senedd member, and also Plaid Cymru's speaker on education. And I'm Sioned Williams, and I'm the speaker for social justice and the early years. So I think we are going to have a wide-ranging discussion. What we're going to do to begin with.
Expert speakers in their turn, as I said, for us to set out some of the broad themes that we need to think about in this discussion. So I'm going to turn firstly to Ellie, and perhaps you can set the scene for the revolution that needs to happen. Ellie, what do we need to see, and tell us perhaps why we need to see one.
Okay, diolch yn fawr Sioned a Kevin. Thank you so much for inviting us here to talk. I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to talk to everyone here about what is probably the biggest barrier to achieving our aspirations in terms of education in Wales, and that is child poverty. So we know that at this moment in time, around 9 children in a class of 30 are living in poverty in Wales. And over half of Welsh children will have some time in poverty during their childhood. So this isn't an issue that affects a small few, it is more than half of learners. Around 200,000 children currently living below the poverty line, and schools are expected to do their very best to educate these children, not only to help them progress their learning, but also increasingly to meet their needs for food, for clothing, for hygiene. So we work closely with the teaching unions, and we've surveyed their members, and 88% of NEU Cymru members are telling us that they've seen child poverty getting worse in schools, and then the signs are around material deprivation. So it is children who don't have the equipment, they don't have the resources that they need to learn, families who can't afford to pay for meals and trips, and children who are unable to do homework and study outside of school because they don't have the computers at home, or they don't have proper broadband, you know, and ultimately, when you speak to young people themselves, this is the issue that they care about the most as well. So we have a Youth Voice Champion programme where we're working in secondary schools around Wales, asking them what they want to change in the world, you know, and they have, you know, big priorities around mental and emotional health and climate change, but tackling poverty is the #1 issue that young people are asking us to kind of raise awareness of and to ask adults, people in power, to really take action on. And the thing is, child poverty isn't just a problem of deprived areas, so you can often get into a kind of false sense that this is something that happens in poor communities. We have a lot of language around deprivation and so on. But child poverty exists in every part of Wales. It's in our inner cities, it's in our small towns, it's in the market towns of Carmarthenshire, it's in the rural wilds, you know, it's everywhere. Unfortunately, every single local authority, every single ward have families experiencing poverty. And one of the problems that Wales has is that over the last few years, poverty has become more persistent. So Wales now has the highest rate of children who remain in poverty for year after year. And this is because the routes out of poverty, those pathways, are increasingly being closed off and are becoming more difficult for families to access. And I'm really afraid to say that due to the poverty-producing policies that are coming from Westminster, child poverty is going to get worse in Wales. We expect to see it increase by the end of this decade. And almost all of that increase is being driven by a policy called the two-child limit, which restricts the amount of social security that families can receive to the first 2 children. But that policy harms all children, not just the child who's excluded, because parents don't just pick one child to deprive and meet the needs of the others. They unfortunately have to share that pain, and they take an awful lot on themselves as well. But I think, you know, schools are playing such a crucial role. We have to have hope here. We have to recognise that in Wales we have a fantastic, dedicated education workforce. Teachers, school leaders, but also all the staff who work in schools, the family engagement officers, the school catering staff, you know, everyone who supports children with additional learning needs. They make a huge difference every single day, and education can be a vehicle for social justice, and I think it helps at this point to look north to our friends in Scotland, look at some of the things that have been brought in by the government there, not only things like the Scottish Child Payment, which gives families enough money to be able to support their children's education with the resources they need. They've got obviously support with meals and uniform, which we have in Wales as well, but could be more generous and should be more generous. But also they see their education system as a fundamental tool for tackling child poverty. They run tackling child poverty through every single policy area of government. It's the First Minister's personal priority, and everything they do in government, regardless of how far removed it might seem from children, it is absolutely at the heart of what that government does. You know, we want schools to be well-resourced so they can support children to learn and thrive and fulfil their potential. And at the moment, we've got under-resourced settings doing their very best to support children from under-resourced homes. And it leads then, unfortunately, to more children than we would like not reaching their full potential, not being able to make those pathways into higher, further education. And people talk about poverty of aspiration. They will say, you know, that we've got a problem in Wales with poverty of aspiration amongst children and their families. And I would really strongly refute that very, very much. I think the only poverty of aspiration we have is from the state and from the government in terms of what they think children should be doing. You know, when parents are surveyed, National Survey for Wales, 80% of parents and carers said at the age of 16, they wanted their child to continue on in full-time education. Further 10% said they wanted them to go into work-based learning or apprenticeships. 6% said they'd like their child to have choice between the two. So you can see that there's really, really high levels of expectation from families and the children themselves. But we don't necessarily at the moment have in place a system that is giving people the resources they need, both the learners themselves and the people who are supporting their learning, to enable them to make that progression. And I know we're going to now talk about, you know, what that looks like in the classroom, and then also further on in terms of colleges and universities as well.
Diolch, Ellie. Could I just ask you, you mentioned there some of the things that Scotland are doing. What are the things that you think that Wales isn't doing? We mentioned those welfare cuts. unfortunately, over which we have no control. And we're not standing up to them. The Welsh Government isn't standing up to them, we are. But what are the specific things you think could really help that, just that basic level of poverty, just briefly, some of the things that you'd like to see change?
By far the biggest and most ambitious policy is the Scottish Child Payment. So that's direct payments that top up the amount of universal credit that families with children can receive. It's an absolute game changer, reducing child poverty eventually by 16 percentage points. So Scotland already has a much lower child poverty rate than Wales, but it is, you know, it is absolutely transformative, and it is transforming the lives of children. The policy is so new that we can't yet see kind of official statistics that are reflecting the reduction, but it will be coming soon. And on top of that, they've made a commitment to offset the two-child limit. So, you know, this is another, again, policy that's targeted at those families at highest risk of poverty and the deepest poverty. It particularly, the policy affects children in minoritized ethnic group families, and so, you know, it's very much a social justice policy in that respect. There are other things that Scotland do as well, though, as I say. It's also about having a mindset that says this is something that matters in every policy area, seeing education as a vehicle for social justice, I think, and really committing, you know, in terms of cost of the school day, there's actually an expectation that every local authority has a strategy, that every school takes part in it, but the Scottish Government resource that, so they actually directly employ people who can support councils and schools with developing those policies, and good practice sharing, you know, bringing together experts, and particularly listening to parents, carers and children themselves. You know, so I think those are some of the things that would make a real difference.
Let's move now to Nicola, and you're going to talk to us perhaps about more, of course you represent the education workforce, and you know, can you perhaps outline some of the problems they are seeing, some of the challenges they're seeing, and perhaps some of the solutions and measures that can be put in place to support, obviously, those teachers and then, of course, those learners.
Diolch, Rhoned. Yes, certainly. So I'm briefly going to talk about the start of the journey, really, and it follows on quite a lot from what you just said, Ellie. So getting this right, really, doesn't start with attendance problems or exam reform or curriculum reform, even though I am going to touch on that a little bit. It starts with understanding and valuing early years education, and it's critical that we get the start of the journey right, really. And, you know, high quality early years education enables children to learn and thrive, as we know. And what our members are telling us is that practitioners, policymakers, leaders must truly understand play and its core place in the lives of the youngest children, right through, actually, to that essential social time that is often stripped away from the school day as young people move into secondary. So what lots of our members are telling us is they don't, pupils don't have that time, social time, to meet with each other at lunch times and break times, which is really essential to their mental health and their social well-being. So high quality early years education contributes, we feel strongly, to social equity, but critically it supports those who need it most from the earliest opportunities, basically. And our members are telling us, and NEU Cymru feel really strongly, that for far too long the educational importance of early years has been neglected. So many families who've got children with additional learning needs are struggling to access early education, and we know that access to early years nursery schools, reception classes with qualified teachers in place, for example, is patchy. The provision is patchy across Wales. So, you know, that, from our point of view, is something that we need to look at. And some of the issues that our members tell us a lot about are school attendance figures. And again, many of the reasons why attendance is an issue link back to what Ellie was saying. You covered them very eloquently. I'm not going to repeat them. But school attendance figures are our starting point, really, because they lay bare a school system that's not working properly for all children and young people in Wales. And so, for example, the last academic year, nearly a third of pupils were persistently absent. So that's 31.9% of pupils have met the persistent absence threshold of 10% of sessions missed. And there are a variety of reasons for that we haven't got time to go into, but I think probably worryingly, the attendance rates declined steeply for year 11. So that's quite worrying here. So, you know, reforming qualifications presented a real chance to capture skills and abilities of young people in an equitable way outside of high stakes exams. So, you know, we're really proud that there's a system in Wales of non-exam assessments. However, what our members are telling us is the in-class timed assessments still look and feel like exams to young people. So it is continuing to create stress, and we know our members are telling us it's a huge creator of workload for them, so it has a negative impact rather than a positive. And I think just to follow on from that, the VCSEs, the new vocational GCSEs, there's an opportunity that, you know, they must be funded so they don't feel secondary. And the high quality professional learning for teachers is critical here. So they know how to teach the content effectively, and we are genuinely supporting all children and young people and celebrating those opportunities. I think the next thing that I'd like to say really is about children with additional learning needs, and I think we've got a real chance here to grasp what we have and to change it so it works for all those who access it. And I think whatever age they access it, from whatever background they're from and whatever their learning need is. And NEUCOM certainly welcomes the opportunities like these to work collaboratively to discuss practical ways to remove those barriers. And I think to take it in a whole, there are lots of reasons why young people aren't accessing what's on offer currently in Wales in the best way that they can, and we need to have further conversations about what that looks like and the resolutions that we seek. But a really simple one is having the conversations is the starting point, not continuing to have conversations about them though, but to actually take some action. So the profession want things to be done with them and not to them, and I think that's really key. And rather than keep continually looking at new initiatives, what gets taken away, what do we have to stop doing, and what can we do better and more effectively? You know, we all want to champion and celebrate all young people and children and young people across Wales, and I think there's a better way to do that. And yeah, I think we need to seize the bull by the horns and get there. So yeah.
I mean, that attendance issue is something which is absolutely elemental, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because if those learners are not in school for whatever reasons, whatever those barriers are, then, you know, the journey stops there, doesn't it? And also we know that the intervention, the human cost and the cost to public services is going to increase exponentially, and those learners are not going to be able to avail themselves of the pathways that can take them beyond those barriers that have stopped them getting education in the first place. What would you like to see as regards specifically on attendance? We've had a lot of talk about attendance from Welsh Government. What do the workforce feel about what's currently being talked about?
Okay, so I think one of the things that I haven't said that I should say is, I think the attendance of children who have free school meals is lower, so we need to look at the connections there. I think we truly need to start to unpick and strip back what the issues are, what are the genuine barriers, and I think addressing public, you know, transport, how to get to settings, how to get to the right provision. I said earlier that early years provision is patchy across Wales. Is it a long way? Can I actually get there? Is it something as simple as the cost that the bus to get there? So I think, yeah, I think it's okay to have lots of statistics, and I try to avoid delivering those to give you the figures on attendance, but I think we actually have to sit down with practitioners. We have to look at what's happening in there, because obviously it's different across different settings and in different parts of Wales, and there'll be different reasons for that. But I think we have to talk again, go back to any UCOM members would like to be spoken to a lot more and have any solution developed with them, and not, like I said, do with them, not to them, which is really important.
That consistency of approach, isn't it? We hear
absolutely
all the time when we, you know, obviously I speak a lot on child poverty, and when we talk about transport, for instance, we know that it's so different from local authority to local authority, so a consistent approach I think is also key. That has to come from Welsh Government,
Absolutely.
And funded. Gareth, I'm going to turn to you and the post-16 area. So challenges as regards participation, what opportunities can be created to overcome these challenges?
Okay, Dion.
Thank you.
First of all, it's really interesting to be speaking with my colleagues from the Compulsory Education Union and wider in terms of what we're talking about child poverty, because that's my background as a teacher. My biggest frustration before we go anywhere is we don't get these opportunities. I go to meetings of post-compulsory education alongside government, alongside other people, alongside stakeholders, but they're constantly talking about schools, and some of the information is just not correct. And I have to correct it because I've come from that sector. So first of all, we need that open dialogue, because anything I'm about to talk about is short-term. The long-term solutions don't exist in my sector, they exist in your sector. And unless we have an open dialogue about that, I was very proud. I always used to say there's more teachers coming from Wales than anywhere else. That was my starting point. I was very proud of that. Dwi'n byw yn Llanelli and Rydal Merthyr, I always add that bit, because I'm proud of where I'm from, I'm proud of the community where I taught, where I went to school. I'm proud that I went to school in the Gwynedd Estate. I'm proud that two of the principals in further education colleges both went to the same school, Penydre and Merthyr Tydfil. And I taught in a different school, Cyfarthfa, in Merthyr. I was told by my teachers, and I wasn't going to say this, but I was told by my teachers that going to university was a real way out of poverty, was but also a fantastic experience. Towards the end of my teaching career, we were more cautious about saying that. I'm going to start with a negative and work back, because I could talk about barriers all the time, and I don't want to talk about barriers for too long. I think they've been addressed and we know what they are to an extent. First of all, 30% participation rate. Okay, we can look at London, 50% participation rate. But Northern Ireland's got 40% participation rate. We should be appalled by that figure. And I want to break it down a little bit more. We are well aware that fantastic work's been done between schools and colleges, and the numbers of learners in colleges is going up. And while those learners may be level 1 and 2, that's still a positive. And long term, that could have a real positive impact in higher education, but not in the short term. And why is that? And let's start at the basics. Parity of esteem. If you're taking a vocational route or an academic route, I can't stand that term academia, so I just don't like it. That idea that you're only academic if you take one route and you're okay. What does that mean? Because it should be both. Because you do academia, you eventually have to work in the workplace. So, you know, we've lost a lot of things there. We've lost work experience. We've lost the sandwich courses. They've gone. So there are perfect solutions to these problems as long as whatever course you take, you can end up in the same place. So alongside somebody who wants to take a vocational route, if I'm doing a history degree, they're in my halls of residence, they're next door to me. I'm going to stay in contact with them. They haven't done those traditional subjects, but they're still with me. We're sharing that experience, which is why I wanted to go away to university, to meet people from different... I'm speaking later on UNDEB and the trade unions are speaking about the far right, about how do we move people away from that. Well, education is the first start, isn't it? Good work. And I'll be talking about that later on, so I don't want to talk about too much about that now. But one thing about this opportunity we've got now, none of our unions in the education sector, for teachers, for lecturers, for university professors, all of these people, professional services, none of us are affiliated to any political party. That's unique. So this is a real opportunity to work with. We will work with anyone who can change education. And so far, I have to be upfront, we've had an open door. So I'm going to come up with some of the suggestions, first of all. I'll start with my pet hate. Going to universities on open days and arriving there and seeing the cars in the car park. That would put me off straight away if I was a young person. I'd be saying, flipping heck, look at those cars. Where are the buses? I was talking to Nicola earlier about there are some areas, there are schemes that are being run in England. We shouldn't be looking to England for good schemes, but there are schemes in England where they're working, one called Shine, a project where they're encouraging more people to go away to university. Nicola was saying there are buses provided now from some colleges to universities. Quick solutions. Every single open day for a Welsh university, and I know about aspirations, where people want to go, they want to go, but we can still work on bringing people back who've been away. There's very little work done on that. But a bus from every college, every sixth form, to Welsh universities' open days is an obvious thing to do, and it's not happening. My son's experience was Seren Project. Oxford talked to him, and he had one lecture from Bangor. Imagine having a lecture in history from Bangor or Wrexham or any of our universities, and every single school joining that online. It's such an obvious thing to do. The wastage in the education sector by private companies coming in and giving inset. I put in for one of the very first research projects. I'm really proud of this to this day. I used what was then SEN pupils would now be ALL pupils. They still talk to me about this 25 years later. They went down to teach primary school pupils how to use a computer, how to do PowerPoint. That's showing my age. It was new. But for the first time in their life, they could show somebody how to do something and they taught the teachers, they taught everyone. That research grant, I could work with the universities, I could work with whoever I wanted to. Within 3 years, my head told me what I could use that for. Because of staff, because of shortages. So there's a couple of things we can do. One, we need to make sure the workforce is secure. We've seen what's happening in some of our universities and potentially in one of our colleges, compulsory redundancies. How can we ask students to come to a university when there's talk of compulsory redundancies, cutting courses, nursing courses, for instance? How can we possibly talk about wanting the best universities when we're talking about compulsory redundancies in a sector we haven't had redundancies of this nature before? If we get that right, and we have those colleges delivering those buses and sixth forms to the colleges, and from the schools to the colleges, and this is a key bit, and this doesn't cost a fortune, if we can employ people from the universities and the colleges to work in schools on a permanent basis. I was in a college last week. 3 students came up to talk to me and said, "Oh, do you work for UCU? That's the University College Union. Can you give me some advice on which Welsh universities to go to?" That is provided, but it's not on a permanent basis. You can't go in a college or a sixth form on any given day or any lunch hour and go to talk about a Welsh university. If they're not seeing those Welsh universities in the colleges or Welsh colleges in schools, some of them are, right? There's brilliant work being done. We're working really closely with Colegau Cymru and Universities Wales and other groups as well. I want to be clear, and Medway, we're working really closely with them. But we need immediate action. We need those buses starting now, going to Welsh universities. We need somebody from the higher education, further education sector in the schools, or somebody they can talk to. We need collaboration. So there's a lot of talk. The Welsh Back is a good example of this. It counts in universities, the Welsh Back. They're teaching people how to research. I'm not convinced that academic courses teaches people how to research. I can base it on my son's experience doing history. Very little work. That was new to him, that type of research at that level. So I think we've got to be really, really careful how we do qualifications reform. But we have to have parity of esteem. And it is what we've said over and over again in UCU. It doesn't matter the path you take, you should be able to get to the same place. Very little of that is what I've got written down. It's a subject that's really passionate to me and I could talk forever on, but I'm not going to. But those quick solutions, guaranteed jobs, research, and allowing proper participation by taking those students physically to a place rather than relying on middle-class parents and their ability to be able to afford to go across the country for open days. That's the starting point. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, and I'm sure some of the points you've got written down may come out in some of the discussion we have later. Wy'n mynd I droi at chi nawr, Kevin, a falle gallwch chi yn amlwg...
And obviously, your portfolio encompasses all these things and about how you respond, and also thinking about Plaid Cymru policies. How do you address some of the points that have been raised? Thank you, Sioned, and I'd like to thank the panellists about how they're responding. I think I'd like to begin with the early years. We must look at what Scotland is doing, and that's a very good thing, to militate against the extreme policies of Westminster. We need to devolve the welfare system to Wales so that we can bring forward more progressive policies. Plaid Cymru is chiefly responsible for ensuring that there are free school meals for each primary school child. That is a direct result, and I'm extremely proud of it as part of the cooperation agreement with the government. But of course we need to go further. We need to expand the childcare offer and the care for early years. I just want to respond to one point that you made about poverty. There's a tendency to think of poverty just in urban areas. and I did some work here about a year ago on rural poverty, and it showed clearly that there were very high levels of rural poverty. It's hidden. It's under the surface. So we must think about poverty as something which is countrywide. As regards schools, and I'll come to universities later, I think the unions and the teachers I've spoken to, yes, attendance, absence is a problem. The increase in the number of children who have additional educational needs, that is shot up since COVID. Misbehaviour in school, that is on the increase. And also increase in mental health problems. Now, all that taken together contributes to a picture which is very challenging. And it's right that we draw attention to this, but it also creates a negative attitude towards the profession, which makes it difficult then, in turn, to attract people to become teachers and retain them in the profession. We need to transform that. So one of the ideas that Plaid Cymru has, and something we're working on, is ensuring that in secondary schools, that the support services for ALN, for mental health, for absence, and connecting them with families and so on, and giving mental health support, and also looking at misbehaviour, that support is there in school. It's there on the school campus, if at all possible, so that we tackle the root causes, all these challenges, in one place. As we have the Welsh Government at present calling what called community schools, but they don't go far enough as regards giving this holistic care and support, wraparound care, if you like.
But not only the university sector, but the general post-16 sector. I want to look at an earlier sector as well, 14 to 16. That is where we need to invest more in better collaboration, because we've had this silo mentality of schools versus FE versus, or rather universities fit in somewhere in that broader picture. So we have an opportunity through MEDR in post-16 to create a strategy that brings schools and colleges and universities together, so that universal provision is there, which includes vocational and the more traditional pathways to further and higher education. But what we need to look at as well is in 14 to 16, the VCSEs are coming on board in 2027, I believe. So we need that greater collaboration to happen earlier. We know absenteeism, disruptive behaviour in schools, a lot of it, and mental health as well, a lot of it has to do with the fact that children are not happy in school. They don't believe that school gives them what they need. So we need to ensure that other options are available, other learning pathways are available, and that means bringing the FE sector in particular together to offer a broader choice of options for 14 to 16-year-olds. But you're absolutely right, universities have a role to play as well in making that contact with young people and raising aspirations. Now, the three things I'd like to finish off with, Sioned, is this. We need an overview of universities in Wales in terms of not only the funding model, but the fundamental question: what are our universities in Wales for? Right? At the moment, they stand as independent bodies. But the old University of Wales stood for something. It stood for improving the economy of Wales. It stood for, preparing young people for the public and private sectors, innovation, research, the entrepreneurs of tomorrow. So we need a better dialogue with universities about what are they giving to the Welsh economy and Welsh public life in general. Secondly, we need to look at a better funding model, which is more sustainable. And we need to look at the Seren scheme as well. The Seren scheme actually encourages our most talented young people to leave Wales. Now, what message does that give to our universities and to our sense of nationhood? That somehow, Welsh universities aren't good enough. If we really want to get on in the world, you need to go to England. Now, where do we hear that? It was with the treason of the Blue Books back in the 19th century, and we still have that same mentality. So we need to change that. I'd like Seren to look at trying to encourage children from poorer households, disadvantaged communities, to go to FE and to go to HE. That's what we need to do. And obviously, Welsh medium provision, part of the, the agenda towards creating 1 million Welsh speakers is a part of that as well. But I could say more, but I'll stop there.
Diolch yn fawr. Mae gyda ni ryw
We have about 10 minutes left.
So I'm sure that the panelists would like to respond to some of the things we've had said, but maybe also that will come out in the questions. But I think before I open it to the floor, I will give you each a chance just to respond to the general conversation, if you could do that in a minute or two, and then we'll open it up to questions. So Ellie, would you like to go first?
I think it's really wonderful to hear you acknowledge the fact that for some young people, school is challenging. Mainstream education is not always as accessible and inclusive as we would like, and there does need to be viable alternatives where there is still the chance to have a good education. It's not seen as, sort of a second-rate kind of holding place for people who don't fit in. But I think recognising learner wellbeing is really, really important. We have really excellent data in Wales from the School Health Research Network that shows across quite a wide range of measures of wellbeing that most young people in Wales are less happy than older generations, but also that there's real socio-economic difference there, and that unhappiness also intersects with other types of disadvantage. So, if you are also experiencing racism at school and your family have less resources at home, it can be really, really challenging. And again, I think one of the solutions to that is really empowering the teaching workforce, where there's some really good practice and passion for addressing these issues, but making sure that they're actually given proper support and being really listened to about the solutions as well. But I think and again, the universities, and just seeing that as a civic good, as something that should be bringing benefits to everyone, because the passion for learning is there. People really want those opportunities. At the moment, the cost of furthering your education, particularly if you perhaps left education at a younger age and would like to go back, it's really prohibitive. So anything that can be done to enable people to have that joy of learning and for it to be something that you can participate in throughout the life course is fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't talk about funding because you asked for quick solutions, but I think it would be remiss of me not to mention it. Feels a bit like the elephant in the room. Obviously, we need increased investment, but that needs to be sustained if we're going to achieve all of the things that we need to achieve. But I really welcome you talking about a more holistic approach, because one of the things that I didn't touch on, but you really reminded me of that when you were speaking, Kevin, was the how well we talk to and work with other people. So one of the things that's really been cut because of funding is really effective and strong pastoral support in schools, and how schools connect with external agencies and work really well with CAMS and social services to support. So we really, our members tell us that some children are being referred to CAMS and they're waiting for 3 years for an appointment, which, I think one of the key things I'd like to get across really is workload. Teachers and school leaders know what they need to do. They know what high quality provision looks like. They're the experts. They need time to focus on children, so we really need to tackle workload to allow them to do that. And I think that it's integral, really, that we work together. Otherwise, we won't achieve that. And I think the wider economic success in Wales is only going to be secured if we support and develop the skills and potential of all young people. And thank you, Diolch.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I welcome what's just been said. 14 to 16 is a problem unless we deal with it quickly, because it's not covered by Meadow. So we need to be in the room together. We're not. I'll be upfront. I think the education unions and post-compulsory and compulsory education unions are working collaboratively together, because we put ourselves in the room. We're often not put in the room together. So those solutions are not going to work unless that happens. Anything done to our members, effectively, we need to be in the room for. And we do have a Welsh way of working in a very collaborative way. So as you've heard today, we're offering solutions as well. I should have mentioned as well, we're working really collaboratively with the National Union of Students. That's really exciting, some of the work that we're developing there. Ideally, we'd have branches in all of our colleges, but that's something really exciting. But I'll just mention two very quick things. One, we're working on a workload project in Colegau Cymru, with Colegau Cymru and alongside our sister unions as well. Part of the thing there is pastoral coaches, to look at the ALN student support. But we all raise the same issue. Unless that's sustained, we don't want the same mess up where we come up with a great scheme that's funded for 2 years and it's gone. It's got to be proper roles, because people use it as a stepping stone. Or they get really used to that person and then they leave to a better thing. That should be the better thing, that they want to be a pastoral coach. It doesn't mean this idea you've got to become a teacher, that in itself should be something really exciting to work in. And in terms of the university funding model, totally with you. UCU's got a national campaign in Wales, but also a wider campaign in Northern Ireland, Wales, England and Scotland, working collaboratively together. So we've got rallies set up, because at the moment we know a lot of that money has got to come from a different area. But I will call out to any employers, if they can avoid compulsory redundancies, we will work closely with them. If that doesn't happen, we're going to have a problem in the sector. So if they can give us a breathing space, we can work all these exciting things going forward.
If I could just quickly respond. The question for the panel was, do we need to revolutionise the education system? We need a radical change, because we have some of the worst PISA results in Europe, and they've been going down, decreasingly over many, many years. Worst numeracy literacy rates in not only the UK, but across Europe, despite having fantastic teachers. So something is going wrong in the system somewhere. Now, Gareth, in your first contribution, you made a really important point about the parity of esteem. If we are looking for alternative options, be it vocational, apprenticeship pathways, whatever it is, let's get rid of this snobbery that we have around that learning pathway. It should be seen as equally important, equally as challenging, and equally as rewarding as well for the young people. Because what we tend to do is to fit the young people into some kind of ideology and some kind of, strategic plan. We need to look at what the needs of those young people are and tailor, the provision around that. And my final point on it, I know time is going. In terms of university, Plaid Cymru have done some research work with London Economics, looking at tweaking maybe the maintenance grant for those leaving Wales for universities across the border. 40% of our students leave Wales to universities in England mainly. So if we tweaked the support, not that we want to stop them if they want to go, that's not the point that I'm making, but we need to maybe prioritise support for those staying in Wales. That would be something that the universities would welcome as well. Because I was in a secondary school in Caerphilly yesterday as part of the review that the Children, Young People and Education Committee is doing on post-16. And I spoke to about 30 sixth formers, and I asked them where do they want to go after school? And all of them said university. Well, nearly everyone did. So I said, where would you like to go? And almost every one of them said universities in England. So, that is so unusual because in Scotland, most stay in Scotland, Northern Ireland, most stay there. So, you know, we need to look at that as how we get more Welsh domiciled students to stay in Wales, because we need the brightest talent to stay here, to build our economy, you know, to improve public services and so on. So we need to revolutionise the way we send those messages to young people about, you know, where they want to go to HE.
Diolch i chi gyd. We haven't got a lot of time left for questions. It's such a wide-ranging discussion, but really valuable, I think. We've got a couple of minutes for questions. So oes gyda unrhyw sylw neu gwestiwn at siwr cadw yn gryno os fedrwch chi. A falle os hoffech chi gyfeirio at pwy hoffech chi ateb y cwestiwn.
Yeah, I mean, finance is the elephant in the room. And yesterday, the Cardiff University UCU branch put out publicly that 1,400 academic staff still under threat of compulsory redundancy, while the university is setting up a European branch, as it were, while it sits on millions of reserves.
Yeah.
Yet they're putting that threat out there, which you know, Welsh students will be looking at that and thinking, why on earth do I want to go to Cardiff?
Yeah.
So question about, some people didn't hear that on the microphone, you will have for the next question, on the fact that Cardiff University, while looking to make compulsory redundancies, are opening up a branch in Kazakhstan, I believe, is it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Gareth, briefly on that?
I'm happy to speak to you again about this later as well, but very quickly, industrial action is really rare in this sector, so we have balloted our members. We're absolutely appalled by that decision, the way it was announced. We had no idea that that was happening. In terms of, I know we're in social partnership, we were supposed to be in partnership, we didn't have that information. The branch have tried everything they can. There's ongoing talks this week. We would call, what I've been calling for is breathing space, that they rule out compulsory redundancies and we start again. I don't disagree with anything you've just said. It's appalling. That's the question that people are asking me more than any other. So I reiterate what I said earlier on today. It's important that we have breathing space. It's important the pressure is put on that institution to rule out compulsory redundancies and come back to the table, or we will, as we are, resort to action, which is very, very rare and something we don't often have to do in Wales.
It's flashing red, so one more question.
Somebody in the back.
Hi, Sam Williams from Learning Disability Wales. We believe very strongly in an inclusive education system, but currently in Wales it's not working for pupils with additional learning needs who are more likely to be excluded and more likely to be bullied and have problems in school and less likely to achieve qualifications as their peers. So how do we make the education system in Wales more inclusive rather than trying to fit children with additional learning needs into a system that simply doesn't work from them, and then you know, trying to make children behave in a certain way, and attendance again is a big issue for these children, not because they don't want to learn. It's not, you know, but school is not a good place or safe place for them, and we fear that we're going backwards with this, and families, because of the problems with mainstream, are choosing to put their children then into special schools, whereas we feel that actually what needs to happen is mainstream education needs to change to make sure that it's more inclusive for all children.
Yes, Sam, I mean, you know, the Welsh Government talk about the social model a lot, but we see that doesn't really exist in many educational settings, and you'll know the Equality and Social Justice Committee that I'm a member of has just looked at the disability employment gap, and we looked specific, which is the worst in Wales, by the way, in the UK. We looked at specifically that 14 to 16 sector as well, about people not being deemed to be suitable or to go on work experience, people with disability and learning disability being left behind, quite literally, when things happen in schools. That aspiration raising, understanding what pathways are open to people, those different pathways. So I think there's a long way, and it's so prescient, isn't it, with what's happening at the moment. We really need to have a focus on this, I believe. Would anyone else just like to comment briefly on that?
I mean, I can definitely say that I think we talk about revolutionising education. A really fundamental change that needs to come is for schools to genuinely respect children's rights and to also uphold the rights of disabled children, particularly to really recognise the social model of disability, and for schools to be places that belong as much to the learners and their families as to policymakers and educators, but somewhere where, you know, we use terms like pupil voice and things, but, you know, for it to be genuinely meaningful, how do you ensure that you're really listening to and taking action on the issues that children and their families are telling you about? How is that possible? Because there are schools that achieve it, and we're actually getting better in primary school, but the real problem is really, you know, in our secondary and sort of comprehensive education, particularly, where lots and lots of young people do just eventually have no choice but to not attend. And, you know, I'm not saying that we know what all the answers are yet, but by using kind of participatory methods and really respecting children's rights in education, and particularly, I think, really thinking hard about how do we get better at having that social model of disability, you know, that's something that a lot of the teaching workforce would also support, I think.
Absolutely. I'll be really quick. I think one of the things that I would say is that if we go back to that main theme of revolutionising, there are different ways that we can support children with ALN, but many of the local authorities are using systems that are out of date and they're not supporting. And I go back to, you know, access to CAMS, services that are really going to support and that you can work collaboratively within school, it is an issue. And also the transition, of course, from an old system to a new system. It's not identifying as many children with additional learning needs, but they haven't gone away. They're still there. So I think we need to be really honest about that needs sustained investment. I'm going to go back to the funding again, but actually there are really different ways of doing it, and we have to be brave, but we have to speak to the practitioners who know. We have to speak to the children and the young people as well about what they need and how they access it to be truly good. So thank you, Sam, for raising
Sorry,
that point.
just for that issue continues into further education and higher education as well, and what we talk about accessibility and parity of esteem. So it starts earlier, but this is a problem for all of our sectors. It's a really good question.
Didn't have more time, but time is the enemy, and we have to wind this session up. So we need to create the revolution for the benefit of our young people. Please show your appreciation to those people. Thank you.
Mae'n bleser nawr cael croesawu ein siaradwr gwadd i'r gynhadledd, sydd wedi teithio o ogledd ddwyrain yr Alban I fod gyda ni heddiw. Our fraternal speaker this year spent most of his life in Belfast working in health and social care, and later became a coach driver and tour guide. After moving to Scotland, he was elected as a councillor in 2022, and only 2 years later in the general election managed to unseat the leader of the Tories in Scotland by gaining the new seat of Aberdeenshire North and Moray East for the SNP. Please give a very warm welcome. Rowch groeso arbennig I Seamus Logan.
Hello, conference, and thank you for that very warm welcome. Can I say, first of all, Brynhon, and good afternoon. Or as they say in Fraserburgh, where I live, fit like. I'm sure none of you know me. Seamus Logan's my name. Thank you for that introduction. You stole my thunder. Yes, my claim to fame is that I took down the leader of the Tory party in Scotland in July. So people have been saying to me this morning, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Well, I have to say I'm so honoured to be invited to speak to your conference. It's a big deal for me. But I do feel a bit like, you know that famous Morecambe and Wise sketch with Andre Previn? I've got all the right words, but not necessarily in the right order. Maybe some of you are Father Ted fans? So you know that episode where Ted's standing outside Mass afterwards and this parishioner comes out and he says to him, "Father, what the hell was that sermon about?" You may be saying that after I've spoken, but anyway. So before beginning, I'd like to say, diolch, it's a privilege to be here to address you. What are my connections to Wales? I'd love to say they are as distinguished as St. Patrick, who may have been Welsh, but alas, no. But as a boy, I became a supporter of Cardiff City FC. In the days of John Toshak, Brian Clark, Bobby Woodruff, Gil Rees, Phil Dwyer, and many, many more stars that I idolised in my youth. Only a couple of weeks ago, sadly, my near neighbour in Fraserburgh in Aberdeenshire, a man called Brian Newlands, passed away. Brian was a talented footballer who played for Cardiff City alongside the great John Toshak. So what a small world it truly is. For someone born in Ireland representing a Scottish seat in the House of Commons in London, and now speaking at a party conference in Wales, this is quite a peculiar journey. But the UK is, I'm sure you would agree, by its very conception, peculiar. While the general election last year was a disappointing night for the SNP in Scotland, it was heartening to see Plaid Cymru achieve their best ever general election result in terms of vote share, and I congratulate you, well done. That result, I believe, is directly linked to the dedication by Plaid members and the party's vision for a better Wales, appealing to voters against the Westminster status quo. Now, conference, I'd also like to pay tribute to the tireless work done by Plaid MPs in Westminster, Liz Saville-Roberts, Ben Lake, Ann Davis, and Cleanos Middy. Give them a round of applause, because I can tell you, they are passionate defenders of Wales and Westminster, and an endless source of inspiration to me and to my SNP colleagues. While Westminster can be a lonely place to pro-independence parties, Plaid MPs certainly make it less lonely and certainly more lively. Cleanos will recall how her fantastic DM boots inspired me to search for a similar pair for my wife last Christmas. Alas, I couldn't find any, so watch your boots, Cleanos, I may nick them. As DEFRA spokesperson for the SNP, I've spoken in many debates against Labour's family farm tax, with Ann Davis also speaking out very well. It's a shame they don't listen to us about how disastrous this policy is to rural communities and to our economic security and our food security. Maybe it's because of our accents, I don't know. But conference, while our parties represent different countries, we share a tremendous amount in common. We are the parties that stand up for Wales and for Scotland respectively. Our cooperation and our life experience is our strength. Plaid under Chrian have been absolutely incredible. leading the charge against Labour in the Senate, but also working together constructively in the past. Devolution does not allow for the ability to dismiss other parties the way Westminster often does. This has been the SNP experience in Holyrood also. Another key difference between our parties and others is that we want to reverse the disastrous damage Brexit has inflicted on our countries. While other UK parties are perfectly happy, it seems, with Brexit Britain, we know the economic harm that it has caused and will continue to cause for generations to come. It means less opportunities for people in our countries and significant barriers to trade with our closest trading partners. The gaps caused by Brexit are even more apparent when we consider the increase in defence spending in Europe now required. Starmer, claiming to act as a bridge between Europe and America, risks putting the UK at the whims of Trump and his America First foreign policy. Now, while I was not an MP at the time, I remember our parties working together to try and bring an immediate ceasefire in Gaza when that horrific and harrowing violence erupted 2 years ago. And my God, this last few days have been horrific. Our work with you in the Middle East has put pressure on the UK government in the most difficult of global situations, and long may it continue. Our parties will always uphold human rights and international law and seek to protect the most vulnerable around the world. Conference, we know that Westminster doesn't work in our interests. It's slow-moving, it's ancient and anachronistic in so many ways, and it's indifferent to the real change that people want and need in their lives. Our parties offer an alternative, a real alternative to the Westminster status quo. Since the SNP came into government in 2007, we have delivered for Scotland. Through devolution and political will, we have delivered world-leading policies that have put the most vulnerable first, that help our young people and our older people, and we have invested in our public services, all the while mitigating against the worst of Westminster's policies. Children born in Scotland and their parents benefit from a baby box full of essentials, giving every child an equal start in life. Children born, if a family is in poverty, they are supported by the Scottish Child Payment, a payment of £25 per week for every child. Conference, for families on the lowest incomes facing the most severe difficulties while raising a child, it is truly a game changer. Indeed, Scotland is the only part of the UK predicted to see a reduction in child poverty by 2029, according to research by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. That same young person can then benefit from free bus travel to get to school, college, university, or to their first job. And getting our young people moving and encouraging usage of public transport comes with one fell swoop. If they decide to go on to university, they will not pay a penny in tuition fees. And we all remember the broken promises of the Liberal Democrats when it came to tuition fees. University in Scotland is not just free to our young people, it's valuable as well. We boast some of the oldest and some of the best universities in the world, and I'm very happy to say so does Wales. Taxpayers in Scotland will, on average, benefit from paying less in income tax than those in England. But let me say that again, in case people tell you that people pay more tax in Scotland. A majority of taxpayers in Scotland pay less than their counterparts in England, and as a result, we are seeing an increase in the numbers of taxpayers in every single tax band. If people become ill in Scotland, they'll receive free prescriptions. If they become worse and have to go to hospital, they will be seen by the most valued NHS staff in the UK. Last year, our NHS workers were awarded the best pay award package in the UK because it was the right thing to do. And when people grow old in Scotland, they will receive free personal care. And from this winter, every pensioner household in Scotland will receive a winter fuel payment, in stark contrast to actions taken in London. Conference, the SNP Scottish Government have been delivering for Scotland since 2007, and we will continue to do so with the support of the people. At a time when the UK Government is planning cuts to benefits, the Scottish Government have just this month announced that all devolved benefits will increase by 1.7%. Conference, that is the difference between the values of our parties and the parties of Westminster. While in government, we haven't been immune to Westminster cuts. Indeed, we have often had to allocate money just to mitigate Westminster policies. Even now, we still have to do this. While the Chancellor cites the poor financial situation she inherited from the Conservatives for her brutal cuts, the SNP have been dealing with a poor financial situation in Scotland since coming into power. We came to power right before the 2008 financial crash. We governed throughout 14 years of Tory austerity, suffered the consequences of Brexit, and now we're facing even more cuts and disastrous policies from Labour. A poor financial situation is not an excuse to not prioritise the most vulnerable in society, to not be ambitious, to not do the right thing. Politics is about a choice. It always has been. The SNP has chosen and will always choose to stand up for people living in Scotland, and we will work every single day to make Scotland the best place to grow up in, the best place to work, and the best place to grow old in as well. And I'm sure you share that ambition for Wales also. While devolution is not the limit of our ambition for our respective countries, it can make a profound difference, but only when a party that puts its people first are in charge. We've seen this in Scotland, and I'm sure we will see it soon in Wales with a future Plaid government. No pressure conference. We know what works best. Decisions affecting Scotland should be made in Scotland. Decisions affecting Wales should be made in Wales. Conference, this is not a controversial statement. We have a vision for the future, one where people don't have to rely on food banks, where they don't have a government that shrugs its shoulders to the worst instances of poverty and constantly grumbles and mumbles something about a 22 billion black hole. I can't count the number of times I've heard that in the chamber. People know the Westminster parties do not offer a vision for the future like we do. Our vision doesn't have London at the centre. It has people from Scotland and Wales making their own decisions about the future that they want. Our parties offer hope. They offer change to the broken London-Westminster status quo that offers little for Scotland or Wales. The status quo deprives our countries of their autonomy. It takes our resources and our taxes and hands back money, pocket money, less than we should have based on our needs. Just last autumn, we in Scotland were told to be grateful. We should be grateful for the UK government's budget that gave us national insurance rises of 550 million, and then expect us to be thankful for 300 million to mitigate their own policy. We may have a new party in the UK government, but Scotland and Wales are still experiencing chronic failures from decisions made in Westminster. I was incensed to read that Labour have no plans to devolve the Crown Estate to Wales, something that has been enjoyed by Scotland since devolution in 1999. I believe it was the Welsh Secretary who said that it would put jobs at risk. So much for the party of devolution. Devolution is all about working together. Imagine my shock when Scottish Labour abstained on voting on the Scottish budget, a budget to deliver better public services, end the two-child cap and benefits, introduce a Scottish winter fuel payment, and they abstained after denouncing it so strongly and refusing to engage with my SNP colleagues in Holyrood. It reminds me of a certain Welsh Tory leader who couldn't be bothered turning up to a vote against a Welsh Labour budget a few months ago, as far as I remember. My short time in Westminster has been enlightening. A few other words I could use, but I'll just leave it at that. It's a deeply outdated place. It seems out of touch with the concerns faced by most people on a daily basis across these islands. Farmers, fishers, young people, older people, people in benefits, employers, asylum seekers and refugees, WASPy women, energy bill payers, and the list goes on. 2026 represents a huge opportunity for pro-independence parties, such as Plaid and the SNP, to win big and deliver for communities in our countries. The conference, I've tried to set out what the SNP stand for, but this is a question I often ask myself. What do the other big parties stand for? What do they actually stand for? For Labour, It's not the list I just mentioned. I'm old enough to remember a Labour Party that used to stand up for pensioners, for people on benefits, for people struggling with the cost of living, such as energy bills. I honestly struggle to see the difference between this Labour Party and the Tories. I just cannot see the difference. They've scrapped universal winter fuel payments. They've introduced national insurance charges on GPs, care homes, charities, hospices like Marie Curie that I saw in the arena today. A GB energy company that doesn't actually generate electricity. Never mind the backtracking on how many jobs will be in Aberdeen. And a chief executive officer based in Manchester. A department for work and pensions that doesn't seem to support those in work or in receipt of a pension. See, I remember Keir Starmer's slogan when he was standing for Labour leader in 2020. It was, and I quote, "Keir Starmer, another future is possible." He just never seemed to mention that it would be a worse future. I'd like to take a moment to remember some of the key pledges he made back in 2020 when he was seeking to become the leader. He pledged, and I just want to remind you, he pledged to end the cruel universal credit sanctions regime, to increase income tax on top earners and corporations, to abolish tuition fees, to put human rights at the heart of foreign policy, to defend free movement as we left the European Union, an immigration system based on compassion and dignity, work with the trade unions to stand up for working people, redistribute power, wealth and opportunity away from Whitehall, a federal system to fully devolve more powers, abolishing the House of Lords and replacing it with an elected chamber in the regions and nations. Well, how times have changed, and Keir seems to have forgotten them all. But since winning the general election in 2024, Labour had genuinely surprised me. I never thought I would see a winning party with such a huge majority turn so bad so quickly. Of course, maybe Welsh colleagues in Plaid could have predicted this for me following Vaughan Gething's short tenure as Labour's First Minister. Now, turning to the Conservatives, under Kemi Badenoch, they are in utter freefall, clinging desperately for attention against reform and proudly proclaiming that she does not plan on having any policies for years. We will see if she remains as leader by the time she has these bold ideas. Or perhaps her bold idea will be to stand down. When in government, the Conservatives treated Scotland and Wales with such disdain and a total lack of respect. We were not properly consulted on the Internal Market Act, COVID-19 planning, or how Brexit would impact on us. Instead, the Tories focused on any piece of legislation that came to mind or was the flavour of the month. Who could forget Boris Johnson's proposals for a bridge across the Irish Sea? But to be honest with you, I would just love to forget Boris Johnson. But the rise of reform is worrying. Remember, certainly in my constituency and other parts of Scotland, almost 40% of the electorate didn't turn out to vote. And we could be looking at a problem if reform tap into those disillusioned voters. But they represent a return to the worst aspects of Thatcherism, now on steroids. Weakening our NHS, cutting key public services, reversing net zero policies that we need to address the climate emergency. More disturbingly, they are slow to support Ukraine, quick to praise Trump, no matter the consequences to the ongoing Russian illegal invasion of Ukraine. Now, speaking of President Trump, I was bewildered when I found out that Keir Starmer had invited the man who treated Zelensky with such contempt to an unprecedented second state visit to the UK. I will say now, conference, the Prime Minister should not have issued that invite in light of how President Zelensky was treated by Trump and Vance just the next day. I'm glad, in fact, I'm proud that our parties stand together resolutely against reform and their dangerous policies. Conference, we know that when people are voting for reform, they aren't voting for true reform. They're voting for Farage, for what I call Little Englander politics. They hanker for the good old colonial days. Farage will not deliver the change that people need. He and his fellow travellers will instead make the UK worse off. Therefore, only our parties can deliver for our nations. We have seen what the Conservatives have done, what Labour are doing, and what Reform will do if they get in. We say no to all of that, and yes to policies that deliver for the poorest in society, invest in our key public services, and that sees our nations take their place on the global stage as sovereign European nations. Conference 2026 will be the key test for our party and for our respective independence movements. But I believe we can rise to that challenge. Following next year's elections, I look forward to seeing an SNP-led Scottish Government and a Plaid-led Welsh Government working together to improve the lives of our people. We have a great deal to learn from each other, and we need to stand together more than ever. Conference, you have the determination, the energy, and the vision for Wales that I know will resonate with voters up and down the country. Let's win these elections to improve our countries, our communities, and lead our nations to take our place on the world stage. May the cooperation between our parties long continue. I would like to thank you again for having me here to this wonderful event. Diolch. Thank you.
We now turn to the main event of the day. Our next speaker works tirelessly to take our message of fairness and ambition to every part of Wales. His strong and compassionate leadership is inspiring more and more people to join us as we head towards next year's Senedd elections. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our leader and candidate for First Minister, Rhun ap Iorwerth.
Hyfryd eich gweld chi. Gyfeillion, diolch yn fawr am y croeso. Mae hi'n hyfryd bod
It's wonderful to be here among so many of you, and it's been such a significant year in the history of our party, and I hope that the wider audience out there will forgive me for taking a minute right at the beginning just to talk about the occasion of our centenary as a party. It's not quite there yet. It's not quite time for me to wish the party a happy birthday yet. That opportunity will come officially in the National Eisteddfod in Wrexham in August, and I look forward very much to that. But I'd like to look back. I'd like to look back at a century of our existence, and I went over that century and did my research and looked at what's made our party completely unique in the politics of Wales. As I said, it was great fun researching with what and with whom do we celebrate our birthdays, those other things that are in the history books for that chapter of 1925. It's fair to say that there are some occasions for celebration that are greater than others. How technology's developed, I mean, that's when the first television pictures were broadcast by John Logie Baird. And it's also when Clough Williams-Ellis started to build Portmeirion Italianate village. Important political birthdays. Well, it was the year that Tony Benn was born, and Margaret Thatcher as well. Yeah, okay, better move on, hadn't we? Okay. And exactly 20 years, a century ago, Scotland played an international rugby game in Murrayfield for the first time, beating England. And a century later, Portmeirion is a national treasure. We're still counting the cost of Thatcher's days, and we're still, like Scotland, back in 1925, having great satisfaction when we do beat England in the rugby, but feeling the pain massively when we lose. But better days will come, I'm sure. But a century later, what is our legacy as a party? From the sparks and heat of hope of 1925, what now ensures that the flames, that the sparks still stirred in our stomach?
It was Martin Luther King who said, you don't have to see the whole staircase, just take the first step. And that's precisely what happened 100 years ago in the Maes Gwyn Hotel in Pwllheli when y Blaid Genedlaethol, the National Party, was established. We can only hope that those who met on that August day with vision and determination would be proud of their enduring legacy today. By the way, the story has it that the reason DJ Williams, one of the early Plaid Cymru giants, of course, missed that fateful meeting was because his train was late getting into Pwllheli. Some things never change, I guess. But friends, as we remember those who came before us, let me take a moment to pay tribute to two of them for their contributions, not only to our party, but to our nation too. David Ellis Thomas's service to Wales was driven by a sense of vision and purpose, and no lack of charisma. As a key architect of Wales's modern democracy, I know David would want us to keep building the inclusive, outward-looking, green and European Wales we all want to see. Diolch, David, am helpu I osod seiliau cadarn ar gyfer dyfodol ein cenedl. A da ni'n cofio Emrys Roberts.
Emrys Roberts, who did so much to lead the growth of the party in the valleys of the south and came very close to being elected as an MP in Merthyr, becoming the first person to lead a county council of Plaid Cymru in that town in 1976 in Merthyr. And we thank people like Merthyr And Plaid Cymru's footsteps are to be seen in every corner of the country.
So a century may have passed since Plaid Cymru came into being, but not a day goes by without the realisation that each and every one of us stands on the shoulders of those giants. Mark Twain once said that history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes, and it certainly does. There are many constants, aren't there, to be found in the challenges our party has tried to address, has sought to overcome since its inception 100 years ago. Poverty, lack of opportunity, economic stagnation, continuous injustices at the hands of Westminster, whether the government is red or blue. But Plaid Cymru has been consistent in its conviction, resolute in its resolve to say that this is not as good as it gets for Wales. Because unlike Labour, we won't say one thing in opposition and another thing in power, time and time again, slamming Tory austerity, then delivering their own austerity. We won't waver on 1950s women or on the Crown estates. And unlike the Tories, well, it hasn't taken us 15 years to decide that Wales is, after all, owed billions from England-only spend on HS2, demanding action now when they can't deliver it, silent when they could have. Because our principles, well, they're not dictated by our proximity to power, are they? They're driven by what is best for Wales. And despite the challenges, the many threats to our communities, our language, our industries, our culture, everything we hold dear, Dafydd Iwan is right. Da ni yma o hyd. We are very much still here. But being yma o hyd in itself isn't enough. Yma I beth? That is the question. It's not just we are here, it's what are we here for? It's a question we ask ourselves today. We have an election to win next year, a new Wales to win, and we have to be clear what it is that we're trying to mend, what the vision is for Wales. Of course, it's a question that we can ask in a worldwide context too. I, like so many of you, grew up in the shadow of the Cold War, and the international chill that's returned in recent months is something that worries us all greatly. We've drawn strength from standing together internationally, but seeing a new president tearing up the Paris Climate Agreement, withdrawing from the World Health Organization, threatening the Palestinian people with ethnic cleansing, siding with the Russian aggressor, these things go against the grain of all I and we stand for. Curtailing trans rights, banning the use of federal funding for abortion and continuing an assault on women's rights, attacking diversity and equality as bad things. And many Americans I know are as worried as I am, of course. But whilst it's so easy to feel despondent, to despair at how a change of leadership can set back an entire society, set back the world, let's remember the actions of Bishop Marian Edgar Buddy, her courage and defiance to look a president in the eye and speak the truth, whatever the consequences, should inspire us all. Courage calls to courage everywhere, and its voice cannot be denied. That suffragist mantra rings just as true now as it did when it was first uttered more than a century ago, because be in no doubt, those wishing to silence that voice are more energized, more organized, more enfranchised than they have been in a very long time. So as Trump and Musk and Farage and their followers seek to profit from the currency of fear and hate, we too must show courage. We must be united and determined in exposing those morally bankrupt millionaires and billionaires who know the price of everything and the value of nothing. Trump believes in Trump. Musk believes in Musk. Farage believes in Farage. Beware these men whose only real ideology is their ego. But if we can show courage to speak up for the vulnerable, to call out discrimination, to challenge injustice and seek prosperity through equality and fairness, we can make sure that our voice is heard. From Kharkiv to Khan Yunis, we stand with the innocent civilians of Ukraine and Gaza. Friends, the genocide against the Palestinian people is the most heinous crime the world has seen in recent memory. The horror of October the 7th shocked us too. And the world condemned the terror then, and I still do, we all do. But the Israeli government must be held to account for its abhorrent actions in punishing an entire population. And as the so-called leader of the free world chooses to empower the Kremlin, we must join our European neighbours in showing solidarity with Ukraine and its people. Our message is clear. We must support the right to self-determination and stand for peace, not appeasement. So across the world, and in our own communities, an unparalleled determination is needed to chart a better course. Conference, this is no time for half measures, for managerialism, or for mediocrity, as political winds and whims buffet like never before, as snake oil merchants trade on fear, as the establishment retreats to the routine at the expense of the radical, and as Wales is vetoed by Westminster, we must prepare for our next century with a single-mindedness that heralds a Welsh revival. There was a time when that very possibility was floating in the air. Consider what the late Rhodri Morgan told a Labour audience in his 2009 conference speech. He said this: "Over the decade of devolution, I've seen Wales grow enormously in confidence, learning the art of government, getting used to making our own decisions, moving away from the old culture of blaming others for anything that goes wrong. We would not and could not go back to the old days of going on bended knee for help from the likes of William Hague and John Redwood, those figures from what now seems like a prehistoric past. That era is over forever and ever. Finito, dead as a Norwegian blue dodo," he said, as only Rhodri Morgan could, to be fair. Except, of course, that the Norwegian blue dodo has risen again. A red-feathered phoenix, bowing its head to Westminster. For Hague and Redwood, see Starmer and Reeves. When it comes to Wales, they're blockers, not builders. Let it sink in. We were told that we would not and could not go back to the old days of going on bended knee for help. Well, friends, the carpet is threadbare from the bended knee, the winter fuel payments, the two-child cap, national insurance, inheritance tax, threatening the family farm, HS2, fair funding, the devolution of the Crown Estate, policing and justice. I could go on, but you get a sense of the roll call of shame. And they have the temerity to criticise us for our belief that decisions affecting Wales should be made in Wales. At least we have a plan and we believe in something. We believe in Wales's potential, in Wales's future, which is much more than can be said about them. Felly, rhan pwysig o'r ateb i'r cwestiwn yma.
Of the answer to the question, here for what, is here to offer something different. Running through our DNA for a century was the determination not only to stand up for the interests of Wales, but to see our nation taking great steps forward. Tryweryn, Gwynfor's victory, a new Welsh Language Act, supporting the miners and the Feroda workers and the ASW pensioners, compensation for the slate quarrymen, opposing the Iraq War, the referendum of '97, full legislative powers, free school meals. Through the decades, we've been able to shout proudly and loudly that we were always there. Relentless, persistent and ceaseless, empowering, campaigning and responding to the people of Wales' call. And the link? Hope and belief in the future of the people of Wales.
We have a powerful currency in our movements, a principle which we embrace, knowing that there is a problem in Wales for which there isn't a solution. And that currency is hope. The most exciting thing about Wales is her possibilities. They are limitless. Those were Gwynfor's words in his maiden speech to the Commons in 1966. And those are words which give us hope to this day that a better future is possible. And that future must be a future for all. Whoever you are, wherever you live, whatever your backstory, and whatever your story yet unwritten, I give you this assurance. The unwavering commitment of a Plaid Cymru government would be to root out inequality. A commitment based not on a vague mission or an abstract assurance, but on a concrete undertaking to identify the problem and pinpoint the remedy. Friends, there's a lot that Wales can be proud of, absolutely, but there remains a national stain, an indelible mark on communities the length and breadth of our country, and that is poverty, and child poverty in particular. In the week where Labour laid out their heartless welfare cuts that'll hit some of the most vulnerable in society, let's also remember that it's unforgivable that so many of our children go without the basics, not even afforded the decency of good health and the bare essentials, let alone an equal chance to succeed. We can't continue to fail the very people on whose futures we depend for a brighter tomorrow. And on this issue, the records of successive Labour Welsh governments, coupled with the deep austerity of Conservative and now Labour UK governments, is nothing short of shameful. You know, sometimes we'll see a percentage point shift here and there, but the bottom line is that 3 in 10 of our children still live in poverty. What's worse is that governments have allowed it to become the norm, driven by a fantasy that an economic upturn alone will shift the dial. Conference, it simply won't. The UK government won't see progress on child poverty. By the end of this parliament, even with high economic growth, if investment in social security doesn't form a part of its child poverty strategy. That is the stark conclusion of the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. Its annual report on UK poverty is further proof that Welsh government action is inadequate and that paying lip service to deprivation has become its state of being. Labour could argue that they were once serious about giving every child the best start in life. There was a target to eradicate child poverty by 2020, but that target was dropped nearly a decade ago. The Labour Welsh Government's new strategy promises to put in place robust monitoring and accountability mechanisms to track progress against key indicators on child poverty. How about having targets to deal with child poverty to try to eradicate child poverty? Their actions simply don't meet the scale of the problem. Their strategy lacks both the foresight and provision to make a discernible difference. As the Joseph Rowntree Foundation says, even if the UK economy grows significantly more than expected, overall child poverty rates will show little change and could even rise if growth benefits higher income households more than the lower income ones. Specific, targeted policies are needed if child poverty rates are to come down. Now, drawing on the experience in Scotland and learning from its transformational benefits, I can announce today that a Plaid Cymru government will begin the process of implementing a child payment in Wales, a weekly direct benefit to support those who need it most. After 14 years of austerity under the Tories and 26 years of ambivalence under Labour, this would be a new government rooted in the values of fairness and social justice. The Cynnal payment, as it'll be known, will do exactly that. It'll sustain families and support communities. Those in receipt will feel less anxious about making ends meet, becoming more productive in the long run. Children go on to be healthier and more economically active, and the money will be reinvested in local economies where people buy the bulk of their essential goods and services. Conference, doing nothing is not an option. As things stand, only Scotland will see child poverty rates fall by 2029. And that's largely because of the Scottish Child Payment and their government's actions. Doing what's right and implementing what works doesn't have to be an entirely new idea. We know that Labour's policy cupboard is bare, but it tells you how far they've fallen when they show no interest in delivering tried and tested life-changing policies that have worked elsewhere. Friends, we in Plaid Cymru will always have an open mind when it comes to trying to open doors for others. The truth is that the establishment wants to stifle, even obstruct our ambition. On one hand, Keir Starmer makes life more difficult for the most vulnerable. His and Rachel Reeves' Tory-inspired benefit cuts will hit some of the most vulnerable people. And on the other, Eluned Morgan doesn't want the powers that could make a difference to people's lives. It's a lose-lose for Wales. Mark Drakeford, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, is absolutely right. In the Senedd some weeks ago, he conceded, and I quote, we don't have some of the things that other parts of the United Kingdom can use to draw attention to their views. Scotland, he said, has always had the possibility that it might choose to leave the United Kingdom, which means that the UK government will want to listen to what they have to say. Yes, even the former Labour First Minister can see the writing on the wall. It's an echo of what his mentor, Rhodri Morgan, argued years ago. I remember it well. He argued that Scotland had threatened independence, Northern Ireland lived through years of the Troubles, Wales should surely be rewarded for good behaviour. It doesn't work like that, Labour. The SNP have secured more powers and a better deal for Scotland because of their determination to stand up to Westminster. And meanwhile, in Wales, we have a Labour First Minister blinded by party loyalty, too afraid to rock the boat, pandering to Starmer, stuck in the middle of the road and failing to move our nation forward. Perhaps the First Minister should heed the word of one of her party's most revered politicians, Aneurin Bevan. We know what happens to people who stay in the middle of the road. He said, they get run down. Gyfeillion. Gyfeillion pa ma llafur.
When Labour copies the Tories, when politics is blinded in the middle of the road, and when the Prime Minister manages instead of leading and crawls when we need to bound forwards with purpose, that is when extremism is given the space to breathe and gather pace. Now, as many of you know, I'm a father, a proud father of 3 children. The youngest 2 are still in university. But their generation's experience of Westminster politics is of the great damage inflicted on them by a Tory government and then the failure by a Labour government that promised change, that promised great change once they got their hands on power. It now feels more like just there's one London political class, one British institution which has lost touch with the lives of real people. And that has shaken people's trust in politics and has fed the kind of fears and prejudices and gives a platform to those who like to blame diversity, immigrants, equality and tolerance for all the problems that face society. So what needs to be done? Well, yeah, we need to challenge those who profit from scaremongering, but also we need to call Labour to account for the way that they have been so willing to turn their backs on those values that create a civilised society.
We know, don't we, what those straw men of populism are, blowing in the wind in whichever direction points towards a momentary bounce in the polls, railing against efforts to combat the climate crisis, against the COVID vaccine, against those fleeing war, against so-called attacks on free speech. They'll make those the enemy. But let's remember the real enemy. Poverty, poor housing, intolerance, long waiting lists, declining educational standards, hollowed out high streets, low wages, lack of opportunity, a warming planet, and warmongering presidents. And because These are the realities which lie at the roots of the problems facing our society and the wider world. We know that reform is not the solution. By refusing to recognize the truth, by scapegoating and oversimplifying, they expose themselves as having no plan, no vision other than letting private profiteering infect our NHS, and no interest in doing what's best for Wales. So whilst Labour's failures feed reform's fear-mongering, we're here to offer hope, a fresh start and an end to Labour-led rule in Wales after 26 years. A fresh start that will begin the work of mending the fabric of society, torn by years of Tory and now Labour austerity. A fresh start that will strive to reconnect our communities on a practical and personal level. Better transport links, improved community facilities, smart planning which works for people and planet alike. And a fresh start that will represent all and seek to deliver for all: the nurse, the teacher, the business owner, the family farm. Our mission will be to inject a new sense of determination into making the government work for all the people of Wales, whether that's on the economy, on public services, or on the environment. Where we do face a crisis, a Plaid Cymru government will be determined to meet head on. Under my leadership, the days of a can't-do attitude in Welsh government would be over. Now, I share frustrations at the way governments, red and blue, have failed our communities. But we'll offer a government that works with those communities, that has real ambition for our nation's future. And my first meeting with Keir Starmer as Plaid Cymru's First Minister of Wales, well, it'll mark a new beginning, the start of discussions on building a new Welsh nation. I'll do all I can to make it a constructive relationship, certainly. But for one thing, the future of Wales will clearly be the only focus for me. No party loyalties to balance or blind loyalty to a broken union. And there'll be a plea to see Wales differently in so many ways, not just as fertile ground for electoral fodder or for fleeting campaign pit stops and photo ops, not just an afterthought, fourth in line behind England, Scotland and Northern Ireland because their first ministers and mayors refuse to settle for less. Not just a dead cat or a nodding dog to change the subject or cheer him on when times are tough, but a nation whose people deserve the respect of being heard, of being listened to. And there can be no ducking the HS2 issue then, no dodging when the Crown Estate should be on the agenda, or turning away when fair funding has to be on the table. The UK government will have to respond. Now, they can't keep turning us down, of course, forced to be honest about where exactly their loyalties lie and where Wales stands for them. But we'll keep making the case, focused, determined, and like this Labour Welsh government that's just given up. All those issues I mentioned, though, will only be the building blocks, events, as someone once put it. Yes, I'll have that constructive professional relationship with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, but we must put him on notice that the relationship will change because our destination demands it. Our vision of Wales, open, inclusive, independent, and internationalist, is of a nation where decisions affecting its people are made in Wales for the benefit of its people. Our ultimate aim is to future-proof Wales by not allowing ourselves to depend on the whims of Westminster. We want to be good neighbours, but equal neighbours. But as long as we're tied to this unequal union, we must leverage the prospect of Wales standing on its own 2 feet and becoming a genuine partner in a redesigned Britain. As Mark Drakeford said, when Scotland speaks, Westminster listens. And when Wales speaks, With a Plaid Cymru First Minister at the helm, they'll need more than platitudes to silence us. Be in no doubt. It's a win-win when we negotiate with a mindset of an ambitious nation focused on rebuilding public services and the economy in Wales, whilst also standing up to Keir Starmer and UK Labour. Felly ie, yma I beth. Here for what? That's the question you must return to most often, not least when we imagine that Wales with Plaid Cymru leading. Yes, powers with principle, always, but powers with a purpose too. That's my guiding mantra. Labour's fragmented thinking, their short-term fixing has let Wales languish for too long. Their failure to see the big picture also blinds them to the need for our nation to have more control over its own affairs. Wales decides what Wales does. Such a simple concept, isn't it? But one shunned time and time again by parties whose true power base lies in another place, in another parliament. And no mission should give us a greater sense of purpose than securing the future of our NHS. A treasure, a literal lifeline. Our biggest employer, over 110,000 people directly or indirectly caring, treating, supporting and saving lives. But our National Health Service has become a national sickness service. People are presenting at A&E because they can't see a GP. Ambulances are queuing up outside emergency departments. A lack of adequate social care provision means patients aren't being discharged from hospital. And the latest data shows that 1 in 5 deaths in Wales in 2022 were considered avoidable. It's not acceptable, it's not excusable, and it's not sustainable. Patients and staff have been failed by a perfect storm of historic underfunding from Westminster and a quarter of a century of mismanagement under Labour health ministers. But we can't dwell on the problems. I want to focus on solutions. So let's ask again here for what? Our intentions with the NHS, or our interactions with the NHS, are deeply personal, and I'm no exception. The birth of my children, the care for my mother, our health, and that of loved ones, defines our lives perhaps more than anything else. Our ability to communicate, to contribute to society, to live a happy and fulfilling life. And I want a healthy Wales, both mentally and physically, to define Plaid Cymru's vision for government more than anything else. Earlier this year, we unveiled our plans to bring down waiting times in the NHS. The plan has 5 key pillars: regional elective hubs to get people on waiting lists seen more quickly, an executive triage service to improve the referral process, emergency legislation to make collaboration between health boards the norm and release NHS capacity, a new approach to waiting list planning, matching staffing with demands, and better use of technology for quicker assessment of symptoms. These are clear, set-out proposals for a Plaid Cymru government on day one. Of course, announcements of new NHS funding are welcome, but that alone won't solve the problem. And perhaps Labour's main weakness is that they rarely have plans to follow the pounds, because we know that you can't do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. Just like voting Labour, in fact. For over a century, Wales has been loyal to the party that's normalised decline and fostered a "this is your lot" culture, where we're expected to grovel with gratitude for every bit part our nation gets to play in Westminster's carousel of tragic comedy. The protagonists, from Blair to Boris to Badenoch, understand little and care even less about Wales. So isn't it time to write our own story? A government focused on what Wales can do, not what we can't. A government excited by the possibilities, not fixated on limitations. A government more interested in talking about what it will do for you, not to you. The government has to be very, very careful about appearing punitive. Decisions that affect our lives must be seen to enhance our lives, not to compensate for government failings. I will promote healthy eating, absolutely, and invest in it. It's part of the prevention revolution I want to lead. But it really isn't a good look for Labour to look to ban 2-for-1 chocolate bars on one hand whilst cutting preventative health spending on the other. Perhaps Labour view the Welsh citizen in the same way they see Wales itself, incapable of independent thoughts, of making wise choices, or of taking difficult decisions for themselves. The Plaid Cymru government would be an accountable government. We'd much rather assume responsibility for decisions affecting Wales than blame Westminster for eternity. For centuries, Labour and the Tories have denied our nation the opportunity to prove it can stand on its own 2 feet. 35 years on from the end of Thatcher's tenure in office, it feels as if Wales's economy has been frozen in time. The post-industrial label lingers, doesn't it? Suggesting that little progress has been made in shaping our economic thinking for the 21st century. But I want to turn this on its head. No, we will never forget the hardship and struggle, the betrayal of our mining communities, north and south, by Westminster. But I want to focus on the future. What does Wales's next economic era look like? How do we close the wage gap with the rest of the UK? How do we replace despondency with opportunity? How do we increase productivity and grow resilience against unpredictable global headwinds? You've heard me speak before about my desire to see a new national development agency for Wales, fit to face the challenges of today and tomorrow. Well, working to mirror the brand recognition and international reach of the former WDA, but learning also from its mistakes, that new agency will be created by a Plaid Cymru government. It will act as a one-stop shop for business support, offering constructive challenge to government. I'm not advocating a carbon copy of the original agency, but instead a more modern iteration to move beyond past approaches on attracting here today, gone tomorrow forms of foreign investment. The key priority will be to provide a vehicle to overcome Wales's ownership gap. I want to create a new prosperity in Wales, building and keeping profits in Wales so we can collectively keep investing in our own future, creating more jobs, better wages for you, a better future for your children. A Plaid Cymru government will help small and medium-sized enterprises to thrive, the lifeblood of our economy. They were hit hard by the pandemic, of course. Now they face the Labour UK government's national insurance contributions hike. And while the Labour Welsh government have cut funding for further education, I want to see a renewed focus on apprenticeships so we can nurture the skilled workforce of the future that a growing business economy needs. By better aligning education with industry and the needs of industry and helping to retain local talent, a Plaid Cymru government would take a more strategic approach to ensuring that all our young people are able to fulfill their potential, whether academic or vocational. And be in no doubt, Plaid Cymru will ensure that Welsh universities have a sustainable future, because when our educational institutions are eroded, society itself regresses. Curiosity, critical thinking, innovation, progress are all threatened when our higher education sector faces decline. That's why we in Plaid Cymru have urged the current Welsh Government to work with us, work cross-party with the sector itself to undertake a wholesale review of our universities. Such is the crisis we face, we have to work quickly. Gynhadledd gorau arf disg.
Learn is the weapon of learning, so the old saying goes, and it's so true, and it's difficult to remember when a time when the need to challenge, to keep clear, open minds, and to protect those who can't protect themselves has never been more important. There is currently a wave of hatred and disinformation facing us. But differently to the London parties, Plaid Cymru will not kowtow. We will not compromise on what we believe. And let me be crystal clear, we will always advocate for a peaceful, internationalist Wales which is proud of its European identity. And we will never turn our backs on our relationships with the continent. It's a unique partnership which enriches us culturally, socially and economically. Friends, we are Welsh Europeans and always will be.
blaid gynhwysol mewn Cymru gynhwysol byddwn ni. Yn canfed blwyddyn,
Our centenary, we want to offer a better future for our country and everyone who chooses to call it home.
if you feel this nation is yours and you want to have a stake in its future, that is all that matters. Plaid Cymru wants to work with you to realise our vision. Ask what vision other parties have, if at all. Ask Reform if they believe in an NHS free at the point of need. What do they really have to tackle the cost of living crisis that's hitting you so hard? And what will become of Wales, our nation, its institutions, if they have their own way? Empty vessels make the most noise, but we can't let Wales be drowned out. So next May, Wales has a choice. Another 4 years of dithering and decline under Labour, more of the same. A leap into the unknown with visionless Reform, so unserious about winning, they don't even have a leader in Wales. Or the opportunity to elect a Plaid Cymru government. A new beginning with a promise of a bolder, fairer Wales and an ambitious plan to deliver it. Labour, you've had your chance. And to every person in our nation who wants to build a better Wales together, we say this: Wales is good enough, is big enough, and is smart enough to do just that. So friends, let's look to the future, not to the past. Prosperity, not poverty. Fairness, not injustice. Tolerance, not hate. Country, not party. Wales, not Westminster. And where there has been despair, a new hope. Come with Plaid Cymru on that journey. You won't look back. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Diolch yn fawr. Diolch yn fawr.
Maen nhw'n deud bod awyr ar ei dwyll ac yn y wawr. Y wawr, felly dedwch wrthai pam bod bob cam dwi gymryd yn fy ngwthio nôl i lawr.
Welcome the panel. Rhowch groeso i'r panel a'i cadeirydd Gemma Roberts.
Hello, thank you very much everyone who's joined us here today. That was a bit loud, that one, wasn't it? We've got 3 panel members with us today. I'm going to be chairing. But before we introduce everybody, I just wanted to give you the lay of the land and what dementia policy looks like at the moment in Wales. So my name is Gemma Roberts. I'm the National Influencing Manager at Alzheimer's Society Cymru. So the lay of the land at the moment. So we're talking about dementia. Dementia is the biggest killer in England and Wales. 1 in 3 of us born today will develop dementia in our lifetimes. There are currently 51,000 people in Wales living in Wales with dementia, and we expect that to rise to 70,000 by 2040. The cost of the economy is £2.3 billion every year, and by 2040 we expect that to increase to £4.6 billion to the Welsh economy. So despite the impact on our people, on our NHS, on our economy, dementia is absolutely not being made the priority that it needs to be. Only half of people living with dementia actually have a diagnosis. So that means the other half are left without the support, without the treatment, without the care that they really need to live well with their condition. And I'm going to open with a little question, and it's not a question to answer, but it's just a question to think about. I mean, we wouldn't accept this level of service in cancer. We wouldn't accept it in heart disease. So why is it that we accept such poor standards in dementia care? I'd like to turn to the panel to introduce themselves and to answer the question, you know, do you feel like dementia is being made the priority that it needs to be?
Yeah, well, I'll start with myself then. So my name's Luke Fletcher. I'm Plaid Cymru's Economy and Energy spokesperson, and I also represent the region of South Wales West. But I'm here actually today in my capacity as chair of the cross-party group on dementia in the Senedd. In terms of the question, I mean, the answer would have to be no. You know, I've got lived experience with dementia. Both sets of grandmothers actually. Well, my great-grandmother and my grandmother had Alzheimer's and Lewy body dementia. And that really was one of the drivers behind why I went on my first members' legislative proposal in the Senedd, basing it on dementia and calling on the Welsh Government to establish a dementia data observatory, which is incredibly important because, you know, when we talk about diagnosis, you know, the key to somebody living a long life with dementia and living it well is actually knowing what the type of dementia is. So all the different dementia is that overarching term. There's so many different types within it, and when you know what type of dementia somebody has, that then influences the type of care that they need, and then in turn influences the quality of life. We don't have that data observatory at the moment. When people are being diagnosed, they're not getting the correct diagnosis when it comes to the exact type of dementia, and that really impacts on quality of life. Now, that was introduced back, I put that on the floor of the Senate back in 2021, maybe early 2022, and now we're in 2025, and no progress on it at all, which indicates to me that actually the dementia isn't a priority, despite the fact the entire Senate supported that motion.
Thanks, Luke. Moira?
Helo, Moira Wenstin enw fi. Dwi'n byw yn Gaernarfon a mae ngwri efo vascular dementia wedi cael ei diagnosed.
Dementia diagnosed 6 years ago. He had vascular Parkinson's previously, and he was going for tests, and 2 years ago we went to Ysbyty Gwynedd Hospital, and we went in, shook the hands of the consultant, and he said, this was a shock to me. And I said, well, what are you going to give him?
Oh, I can't give him anything. Well, what am I supposed to do? Oh, they'll give me some leaflets. So they gave me that much leaflets and bye.
So I left that room not knowing what had hit me. And then I had to find ways of finding out what to do. And that's the bad thing. You don't get care the minute you get to know the diagnosis. And that is what's needed to help people. We're not supposed to fight to find a way of coping. We should be led to find out what needs to be done and helped. But I'll tell you more in a minute. Yeah, thank you, Moira. My name's Mabon ap Gwynfor. I'm the Plaid Cymru spokesperson on health and care. Unfortunately, Moira's experience is just far too common. When somebody considers that 1 in every 3 people who are born today will have an experience of dementia sometime in their life, it kills more people than any other illness at the moment. And so it's obvious then that dementia will have to be a priority, but it just isn't getting that. And I refer to Moira's experience. If you know anyone with cancer, my father had cancer some years ago, well then they go on certain support pathways. There are institutions there to support them all along the journey. The GP knows how to deal with the treatment and how to get to grips with the situation, and there's that support all along the cancer journey. But when it comes to dementia, you find that the patient and family are sort of left on their own without that wraparound support that's needed to ensure how to tackle the illness, how to deal with it, and what steps need to be taken, not only for the patient but also for the whole family, to understand the condition and prepare for the condition so that the individual and the family can live as full a life as possible with dementia. But that doesn't happen. No structures have been put in place. So, one might argue that it's not the role of the health service. Well, certainly I think there is a role of the health service to do something with that. But we also need the political leadership in order to force institutions, medical institutions, to do this, in order to ensure that people do not have to go through the experience that Moira went through, and what she has explained to us now, and the mental anguish that comes through in trying to find solutions to this illness. You're not getting priority, and surely there's a possibility to change things.
Thank you, panel. Moira, the next question, I'm going to start with you, if that's okay. Based on your experience, what do you think needs to change to improve the lives of people living with dementia and people like you who are caring for people living with dementia?
For them not to be left alone like I was. You need somewhere to know where you're supposed to go, and what would be appropriate, what would be really good, would be a person having been diagnosed, that there is a person to help them, and that they too are guided to different places. Instead of, as I was just left to try and find numbers, and this wasn't until after we found Dementia Active in Gwynedd. Now, apart from them, without them, I don't know what I'd have done, because they're the ones who've helped. They've helped me and guided me to the relevant places and helped me on my way. Finding different people, and I've understood that now they do give a list of things to people who are diagnosed, of places to go. But again, it's the carer who's supposed to do that, and not the hospital. They still leave all of it to the carers.
important. I mean, there's pockets of good practice around Wales. We have dementia hubs in certain places, and I'm thinking of particularly the one in Port Talbot and in Swansea in the quadrant, which give great information in those key places where people often go on their day-to-day and offer really, really sound advice. And I think the best thing about them as well is actually they're quite cheap to run. I mean, it isn't a significant investment. And I know both Mabon and I have had conversations about that in the past, about how we might be able to roll out that best practice. Yep. And I think the point on pwynt ar gyfalwyr yn bwysig hefyd, mae'n angen I sicrhau bod pob gyfalwr gyda'r hyfforddiant cywir o ran delio gyda pobl gyda dementia a be I ddweud wrthyn nhw wrth i'r dementia datblygu. A yn yr grŵp trawsbleidiol nawr yn y Senedd, mae hwnna'n actually rhywbeth mae'r grŵp...
Senedd, I think that's something that they are looking into, making sure that the carers have the tools needed to do the right work with people and look after them properly too. That's really important. But there are 103 different, it's not just one or two, and it affects, as a carers, dementia carers group, we've been meeting since COVID every Tuesday, and we can talk to each other and tell each other how we feel. And there was this one person, her husband had dementia, it affected his vision, so he couldn't see anything at all. And people don't realise that people with dementia might look really good. I mean, my husband looks well, and you wouldn't know unless you were with him for some time. You then notice that he's not speaking, doesn't make any comments, and then somebody then notices what's happening. But there are so many different types of dementia, and they're all awful. But you learn. And you learn to live, or certainly I've learned to live with the dementia and adapted, and me as a carer. My husband is really happy. He gets what he needs. He likes sport. He has his television, and he loves all sorts of sport. And he likes going in the car. And when I go from the house every afternoon, he's not sure, if we're going anywhere. He'll say, just turn here, turn there, turn there. And I do. I turn wherever he wants to do. And in the end, we've got the Llyn Peninsula before now. But if he likes it, that's great. I don't mind going for a little... I don't mind driving anyway, so that's okay. And that keeps him going. And I hope that keeps him going. And I'll tell you one more secret. It doesn't work every time. But I give him little word searches. Children's ones. Some days he'll say, I don't want this bloody thing, okay? Okay, fine. But other days, he'll be looking at it and say, I can't find this, can't find this word. And other times, he'll do it all. So you adapt to how he is that day.
An important element here as well, beyond Alzheimer's and dementia, is the role of carers and the important role that carers play generally within society. And I mentioned it in my speech this morning that unpaid carers, they play such an important role in looking after that individual and the families, but they don't get care themselves. They're not looked after by society. Now, we know that they need respite care. They need a break occasionally, not long, not asking for much. I'm not saying that the, carers need to go away on a holiday to the Caribbean or something, even though that might be nice. So sometimes it's just a case of going out for half an hour or something every now and then, or meeting up with friends, and that's not been made available to those carers. Now, if we are to ensure that dementia patients get the best care, then carers need to also receive the best care. And government has a role in ensuring that simple things like respite is provided to those carers, because currently I see members of Carers Wales and organisations around care in front of me. We know that those who receive assessment, it's only something like 6% of carers in Wales, I think I'm right in saying 6%, receive assessments. That's nowhere near enough. So we don't know the needs of the carers who are looking after their loved ones. So, as I say, we need to make sure that they're all looked after to ensure that the dementia patient gets the best care as well.
Absolutely, and what you're talking about there, that respite care, the picture is really patchy across Wales, but Moira, everything that you've been describing, that one point of support that you need, the person to lead you through these services, these are things that are supposed to exist, and they're supposed to exist for everybody in Wales, and they don't. So they are a part of a dementia action plan currently, but they have not been implemented. And what you've spoken about, Mabon, with the kind of that political leadership, I want to come back to that point, if I may. You know, what should that look like? What does that drive? Somebody actually, you know, having the plan and actually, you know, changing lives with it. What does that look like?
We have a dementia programme that's been in place for some years, but unfortunately, we're still not seeing people having assessments, people who are receiving diagnosis. It's very low. There's a reason for this. If you look at health boards, there's not one person on the board who offers leadership in this. So we need to ensure that you've got individuals who take responsibility for dementia. There is so much public money put into dementia, therefore we need people on the health boards who take that responsibility and make sure that the government then puts dementia right in the middle of their action plan. Because at the moment, it's a general problem in health in Wales. All these plans are being made and new targets are set all the time, but yet not one of them is stuck to. Nobody knows which target they're actually supposed to be following. So they've got so many different ones, and we need consistency from the top, from the government saying, no, we're going to put priority on dementia. We want to see the numbers of diagnoses and assessments increasing. We're going to do this until these targets improve, until rather change targets all the time. So this is political culture. We have to change that culture from the top.
I mean, just to illustrate that point, the current Dementia Action Plan, which was published in 2018, was supposed to run until 2022 and was then extended. That plan promised to increase diagnosis rates by 3% each year. It's increased diagnosis rates by 3% over the life of the plan. So we're effectively 6 years behind where we should be. So yeah, I totally agree, and the evidence is there to say we're not moving forward fast enough, and that leadership is absolutely not there. Now, just on the point about the impact on our NHS, so we know that 1 in 6 hospital beds in Wales is occupied by a person living with dementia. That means that, you know, they're in hospital, they're not at home, they're not necessarily receiving the care that they need, and that's also kind of a wider issue that, you know, if you don't solve the issue of dementia, you can't solve the issues that exist within the NHS. And so with those key stark statistics, why is it that we as a society are not prioritising dementia to the extent that we should be? And Luke, if I may start with you on this question.
Yeah, I mean, you go to the Princess of Wales Hospital in Bridgend. On my last visit there was an entire ward that has basically been turned into a de facto care home. And residents there, a number of them with dementia, you can see the strain on nurses there, on the care staff. You can see the strain as well on the patients themselves because they're in an unfamiliar place. It's not somewhere where, you know, if you have dementia, you should be. Now, to be fair to the hospital, I mean, they've done everything they can to try and make it feel a bit more homely and a bit more like something you would expect in a house or even in a street. They've got a pretend bus stop there, for example, where one of the residents goes and sits there on a daily basis. But it's not really where actually someone with dementia should be. Someone with dementia should be in their own home for as long as they possibly can be, because we know that the familiar surroundings around somebody contributes actually to a better quality of life, but also as well slows down the dementia. I did a lot of work back when I was in university around specifically the role of music in improving the lives of people with dementia, and how certain songs back from when people were younger could bring up some old memories. And the best analogy I think I was given for around how to think about dementia is just a long, tall bookcase. And I think it was Alzheimer's Society that used that that image. This old bookcase you shake, and all the books at the top, which are your newer memories, are the ones that fall down. The ones at the bottom are the older memories that stay. So trying to tap into those memories, of course, gives a better quality of life for people with dementia. I think actually one of the reasons why perhaps we're not as focused, or the Welsh Government isn't as focused on dementia, is actually a symptom of their failures in other areas of health. For example, the priority and the prominence and we give to people working in care. The fact that we have people working in care doing really, really hard jobs who aren't getting paid the amount of money that they should be getting paid to reflect the level of work that they have to do is a symptom throughout the NHS. And I think that's really goes to one of the core problems within dementia care is we haven't got enough people to be able to care for people with dementia, but also as well enough people to understand the different types of dementia and the requirements that come alongside that. I remember when my mother was looking for somebody who could care for my grandmother. Very hard to find somebody. Very hard to find somebody who knew exactly what the issue was when it came to Lewy body dementia as well. So I think actually the way in which we treat our care staff is one of those key reasons and one of those key symptoms of not actually taking dementia seriously.
Absolutely, and I definitely want to come back to that point about social care. We did a survey, Alzheimer's Society did a survey of people drawing on social care, and one of the things that they said would most improve their life is more care staff who are skilled in caring for people with dementia. People with dementia make up the largest proportion of people who draw on care, but many people are not trained and skilled in caring for people with dementia. Moira, I'd love to pick up on something Luke said there about the music, because I know that's been something that's been really important to you and your husband. So with the diagnosis was obviously a really difficult kind of, you didn't get much post-diagnostic support. But with the diagnosis, you are now attending groups, and one of those is a music group. So there has been benefit to the diagnosis in terms of the support you've been able to get afterwards.
Yes, he goes to a dementia active group in Carnarvon in the sports centre. And again, I don't think they let people know that these places are available either for people to go to. They go there, they do exercises, which they say is really good for them, chair exercises, and then they play this game of boccia, which I had never heard of, which is absolutely brilliant and very competitive, because he goes to a league in Portmadog once a month, which 20 different disabilities are there, and it's brilliant seeing all these people. And then they have a panad, and we're quite lucky. We've got a ukulele player in the Carnarvon group, and he plays various songs, English and Welsh. Idwal loves David William Morgan. He likes Our Hyd. And then we sing old songs, and then we finish the session with Ken Dodd's song, Happiness. We don't finish on a downer, we finish on happiness, which is absolutely great. And everybody goes from there with a smile.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And so on average, it takes people around 3.5 years from the first onset of symptoms until they're able to get a diagnosis. Are you able to kind of speak a little bit about what it was like trying to secure a diagnosis for your husband?
Well, for me, it wasn't too bad. As I've said before, he had vascular Parkinson. So they continued with tests for 2 years before he was diagnosed. But some people wait 2, 3 years. Some a bit less, it depends, but it's usually 2 to 3 years before they get diagnosed. This is talking with other carers and when we go to these meetings as well.
And what are the difficulties you think people face? Is it the stigma?
I don't know, really. I don't think they're quite sure. You know, I've had a lady lately saying, taking her husband to the doctor. Oh, no, he hasn't got dementia. And she said, are you sure? Can you please send him for tests? And I said, you'll have to persevere. I said, you will really have to persevere, which she has. And she says, thanks to you, she said, he's going for tests. How long those will take is another question.
That's hugely problematic if people are going to their GP services and having to advocate for themselves in such a strong way to be able to get a diagnosis of something. I mean, we've done some surveys with GPs that have said around 18% of GPs don't see the benefit of a dementia diagnosis and are therefore less likely to refer their patients for additional diagnostic testing.
But you need the diagnosis so that you can deal with this, and everybody deals differently. You know, dementia is a slow dementia because we've seen a little bit of deterioration at the moment. But it's a slow process. Others do develop much more quickly. So they have to be diagnosed. Some people get medications, but it's with the one that you don't. So they need it just in case they need the medication. And the sooner they get that, the longer they'll stay, you know, pretty okay. Not okay, but you can deal with it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. I'm going to put you on the spot now, Chair. So what was it, 80% of GPs don't see the benefit?
18% of GPs. So that's a fifth.
Yeah.
A fifth of GPs not seeing a benefit of a diagnosis of dementia, which is high.
What was the reasons then that they were given that?
We've done some work on it, and it looks like it's things like stigma, not really understanding what the benefits are, long-standing beliefs around dementia that that there's no point in a diagnosis. It's that stigma and that low public awareness, and that poor awareness exists with healthcare professionals as well. So it's about upskilling GPs, making sure that they're aware of the benefits of a diagnosis, not just the medication, but also the support that's available afterwards, the being able to plan for the rest of your life, understanding what's happening to you, those kinds of things. That sort of education and continuing professional development is missing at a primary care level.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to the core of the reason why then the cross-party group wanted to go down the lines of knowledge about care within social care and the medical profession. I mean, I think there's an important role here for people with lived experiences to be feeding into that process as well, and to make sure then that actually, okay, if you have a health professional, they're exposed to those reasons as to why somebody has felt the benefit of a dementia diagnosis. That's why it shows that those lived experience side of stuff is really important.
Absolutely.
It's quite worrying to think then you've got medical professionals who don't see the benefit of a diagnosis.
Absolutely, and they are less likely to refer for testing because of it.
Gai ddod fewn hwnna, a so mae profiad claf efo dementia yn adlewyrchu'n berffaith y problemau sydd gennym ni yn y gwasanaeth iechyd. Felly mae'r gwasanaeth iechyd yn ei hanfod.
The health service, in essence, everyone's aware of the problems with waiting lists and with bed blocking in hospitals. But if we're going to deal with the problems of the health service, we need to deal with the primary care side of things, GPs and so on, and the care itself. And those are the problems that the dementia patients face. That lack of understanding in primary care, the lack of recognition and identification of dementia, what it is and the effect that it has, how to tackle it early, how to ensure that people can live with dementia at home and comfortably. People can do that, but they do the diagnoses too late normally, and by then they're in hospital in the bed, and then on the other side of things, there's no care in the community. We have no workforce. The lack of carers, community carers and nurses and resources to dealing with dementia means now you see people staying in places that are unsuitable for them, and that is a health problem in general. But with that acute element there, dementia patients live that throughout. But also, they have to go to private people, exactly. to help them. And that costs. And they don't get help. Yeah. So it's not NHS anymore. It's not free at the point, of delivery. It's incredibly expensive for a lot of people. And one of the carers I was talking to lives in a fairly isolated area, far away from everywhere. People don't even try and go there. And she is where she is. And that person with the dementia now, she wasn't fit to stay at home, and now she lives near Trasfynydd, near Dolgellau, and she was offered a place in Rhyl. Now, that is hours for the carer to travel, to go there, and to come back. Nothing nearby at all. Nowhere suitable. No, and public transport, no public transport. No.
You've mentioned about kind of the NHS as a whole, and you've spoken to all the problems that exist in dementia. It feels like you've been reading our briefings, maybe, but I would absolutely agree with you. I'd like to, Luke, if I may, touch on some of the economic questions that exist around dementia. I mentioned that it currently costs our economy £2.3 billion a year. That's due to increase to 4.6 billion by 2040. If we don't change things, diagnose people earlier, for example, diagnosing somebody when they're able to take medicines called ACE inhibitors, that saves £50,000 to the economy and £10,000 to the person over their lifetime. These are not small figures, but an early diagnosis can save the economy money, but it saves the person money and their family money. So this is a kind of, Mabon, you used some words that I really liked in the Senedd in December, a moral and economic imperative to get dementia diagnosis right. And I wondered if you could speak a little bit to that.
Yeah, because it speaks really powerfully, I think, and Mabon has spoken quite powerfully in the Senedd on this as well, about actually the need to get that early diagnosis. Because, of course, when we talk about people with dementia, I think the stigma around it is that people think, well, that's it, that's the end of the line. When actually you can live for a very long time with dementia, and you can live quite a fulfilling life, actually. And so that early diagnosis means that somebody can, for example, get the treatment they need and stay in work if they want for a while, for a bit longer, to go out and enjoy life. So unless we start to take that element of it serious, and again, like Mabon said, this is across the entire health service when it comes to diagnosis of many different diseases. But if we get this right from the start, the savings that would come as a result then to the NHS purse, the savings that come as a result of people being able to continue to be economically active if they want to will be quite substantial. The savings as well to people's care needs as well is quite significant. We were talking earlier in a round table about the whole mantra of economic inactivity, and I think sometimes that is a bit of a red herring when we say economic inactivity, because as it was pointed out around the round table, actually those people who are caring for people are providing a service and are saving money for the wider public service element of stuff. We have to think, I think, a bit differently about how we calculate some of this stuff, and how that impacts on economic figures and forecasts and all sorts of things. But the important thing here is actually, you have a long, fulfilling life ahead of you, even if you get a dementia diagnosis. And the key thing is we need to get that diagnosis as soon as possible, so that then that can be realised by people living with dementia.
Absolutely. And Mabon, it's a similar question, but the whole health system, what does the future of dementia services look like to you? What does an ideal service? Thinking about the experiences of people like Moira and Idwell, what does the future of dementia services look like?
Well, first of all, we need to ensure that those working in the primary care sector understand the symptoms, understand what dementia is, and can prepare for it, so that society can prepare for it. Look, we can either bury our heads in the sand and pretend this isn't happening and carry on as we are, and then that cost is going to increase exponentially over decades, and more people and their families are going to suffer. We can lift our heads up and recognise the reality and say, we have got people living with dementia, more people will be living with it, so let's do something about it now. That means, as I said, ensuring the primary care sector understands dementia and prepares for it, and ensuring that we have the workforce prepared and ready to work with dementia patients in the community so that they can help those unpaid carers, can help those loved ones, make sure that there is a support network there for people living with dementia. And then those people living with dementia can live a fulfilling, dignified life because there's a support there for them. But at the moment, it seems like we've got a government with their heads in the sand.
And I mean, you were talking earlier about sort of integrated care and health systems. Dementia is it needs the GP, it needs primary care, it needs secondary care. People with dementia present at A&E far more than other populations. And then it does need that transfer then often to community care and to care homes maybe. It's that perfect sort of test to show the need for an integrated care system. Yeah,
the care system isn't working and isn't fit for purpose at the moment. There are too many gaps there between what the local authority can deliver, what the health boards deliver, and people falling in between those gaps. There's significant problems with making sure that people understand what they are allowed to get, what benefits they might be allowed to get, what support is there. And until we ensure that they are aligned, perfectly aligned, local authorities aligned with the health board, and that they work together, then we're going to see people falling through those gaps.
We've got a few minutes for audience questions if anybody is interested. I think we've got a roaming mic, I believe, back there. So did anyone have any questions, thoughts?
Chi'n clywed fi? Just diolch am y drafodaeth, mae'n ofnadw.
Thank you for the discussion. Really important, really interesting. No one's mentioned any services through the Welsh language. I'd like to hear the panel's opinions.
Services in Welsh language, Moira. Do you have any? I mean, what was your experience of services experiencing service in the Welsh language? We know there is a gap. We know there is a huge.
Oh, definitely gaps, yes. But okay, we're in Gwynedd, and Gwynedd is quite Welsh. Pam dwi wedi mynd yn ôl I Saesneg.
To English. Gwynedd is obviously a very Welsh-speaking county, and lots of people from the Llŷn Peninsula speak Welsh. They wouldn't understand a lot of things in English, so it's essential that Welsh comes first in this area. For a lot of people, they don't use English, and when they've got this vile illness, they won't be able to understand what you're saying in English. They'll have no idea what you're talking about. If you want to say something and have an effect on it, it'll just look at you and just look to the roof, So it's essential that you speak in Welsh to them. The reality of dementia is that people go back to their original mother tongue, and we've seen lots of problems where it's fine in Gwynedd where there's a lot of provision, but there's an awful lot of places in the south where there's no provision, and a lot of families where, in the south where mother tongue is Welsh, and they miss out when it comes to dementia care through their first language. And we're talking about providing people with tools. Well, when you see someone with dementia who's Welsh speaking, we should be able to get someone, to communicate with this person in Welsh so that we can provide them with what's needed for them, because they need someone to communicate with them to find out what they need. And this happens to lots of families in the south and the east who do not get the same support as other families in areas such as Gwynedd and areas in the west. Right, but there is a specific problem too with the Welsh language. I had a constituent, first language Welsh speaker, and had a special type of dementia, and because the care wasn't available in North Wales, they had to go to a home in Leek in Staffordshire in England. The provision, not only was it very far away for this individual, and the family had to travel miles and miles, some couldn't drive, but also that provision and care was not available in his mother tongue. So we have to see the investment coming from government to ensure that we have the workforce here that has the capacity and ability to provide care through the medium of Welsh on every step of the way. And until we have that, we will see more examples of this travelling to England or other parts within Wales. I had a constituent from Dolgella whose home was in Conwy, but even though she came from Gwynedd and the community care was better there in Gwynedd, the care home in Conwy didn't provide. And so if the care was externalised, well then we have to ensure as part of the agreement that linguistic provision is part of that, because it is as much part of the care, the clinical care I'd say, in terms of the needs of the patient, as the medication itself. And there are pamphlets that we fought for to have them bilingual. And that's a help for the carers to talk about it and read about it in Welsh. And it's on the other side in English. And we worked really hard to get that, to get these little booklets. And as carers, we helped make those pamphlets bilingual.
Everything that you're saying, it exists in social care as well. These issues with not being able to receive social care in your mother tongue. And so one of our key calls for Welsh Government is mandatory dementia training for social care workers, and a part of that is the understanding of culturally competent care, which is extremely important, and part of that is understanding the needs of the person and understanding the needs that they need to receive care in their preferred language. It's incredibly important, and there are enormous gaps at the moment, and particularly gaps across rural Wales. Do we have any other questions?
I'd like to thank you, Moira, for sharing your experiences. I was delighted hearing about the searches, the word searches, the driving everywhere, all the way to the Llyn Peninsula. It's something that people in my family also enjoy. Great, and I was delighted to hear about the group you go to through Dementia Action, which gives you a space and others to socialise. But what I wasn't delighted to hear about, of course, was the way it started off for you. That point of diagnosis, that health placement where you received the diagnosis, and then, that's it. That, we have talked about since then, but there's a point there, isn't there? The difference of someone having a medical diagnosis that we consider as be a health issue, and the care that's out there in the social care sector. We don't always think of that gap. If someone were, for example, diagnosed with cancer, then all of that would happen through the health system. But for dementia, unless you have continuing healthcare, that gap has to come from social care system. And you were talking about the problem of paying for such expertise. How does one tackle that? How does one tackle that gap, that difference we see, and the lack of integration in the health system? What do we do to tackle that? Well, this morning I made it clear that it was Plaid Cymru's ambition to have a Plaid Cymru government that creates a national health service that is fully integrated with social care, and to ensure that those gaps do not appear again, that there is a smooth pathway from the beginning throughout the process till the end. where people get the best care possible. We would ensure that happens. It won't be easy. We have to change the entire architecture of the health service and the care service, and it means realigning the boundaries of different health boards together, and ensuring that budgets are shared. There's a lot of work, boring but essential, to be done. And if we want to be clear, as a party, as a government, and as a nation, that what matters are those outcomes, the well-being of the people of Wales, that is the result. And if we follow those processes without focusing on that result, then we won't see an improvement. So we have to keep that in mind. What is most important for dementia patients? How do we make their lives easier? How do we have community, a society to understand these people's needs? And that is why we have to go through that entire process of reconsidering the provision of healthcare to reach that point.
Do we have any more questions? Nope. Great. Well, we've got 1 minute left, so it's good that we didn't. I'd like to really thank all of our panellists, especially Moira, for sharing your experience.
Yeah.
It's really invaluable.
Can I just, before I go, ga I ofyn cwestiwn bach?
A little question of you, please. I don't know if there are any carers here, but people ask me very often, and the loved ones of others, how's it well? Is he all right? Yeah, he's okay. We deal with it, we live with it. But nobody asks, how are you? Can I ask you, please, if you know any carers, ask them sometimes, how are you coping? It's important. Thank you.
I think let's finish there. That finished it better than I ever could. So thanks so much, panel. And if you want to carry on the conversation, come and see us in the exhibition hall. We're talking about what we need for the next Dementia Action Plan for Wales. Thank you.
Nesaf, ein llais dros y Gymru wledig, sef llyfarydd Plaid Cymru ar amaeth a materion gwledig. Please join me in welcoming Plaid Cymru's spokesperson on agriculture and rural affairs to the stage. Rowch groeso, os gwelwch yn dda, I Llyr Griffith.
Wel, diolch yn fawr iawn, a chroeso cynnes I chi gyd yma I Ogledd Cymru I Landudno. Goffes I edrych beth oedd y cyfieithad o Queen of the Welsh Resorts.
Queen of the Welsh Resorts. So, there we go. Queen of the Welsh Resorts, fully deserving the title, but even though it's wonderful here, Llandudno has not managed to avoid some of the austerity that we faced under the Tories, and austerity that will continue and even intensify under the current Labour government in London. Not to mention, of course, the challenges that have arisen from Cardiff Bay. And as one who represents this area in the Senedd, I've seen better than anybody the effect this has on people and on communities in this part of the country. And of course, several of you are familiar with the state of Betsy Cadwaladr Health Board. It's still in special measures, and we heard Map on this morning talking about some of the challenges that the health service faces. Too many people waiting too long for an ambulance, waiting too long for a doctor, waiting too long for a diagnosis and for treatment that is needed. Well, hopefully, we won't have to wait too long to see a change of government and a change of direction and a change on those forecasts in terms of the fate of people of Wales. And I'd like to focus on the dental service in the north. Already this year, there are 7 dental practices have said they're going to hand back NHS agreements to go private, which means there are thousands, literally thousands of people, patients, who will lose access to dental services because it's almost impossible to find NHS dentists in the north. And of course, a vast number of them can't afford to pay for a private service. Now, Labour refuse to acknowledge how awful this problem is, and that just rubs salt into the wounds of electors in Denbighshire, Llandrillo, Colwyn Bay, Valley in Anglesey, Buckley, and here in Llandudno. Every single one of them have lost a dental surgery to the private sector in the last few months. And some of the horror stories I hear as a result of that are scary. There was one constituent in so much pain they couldn't afford to pay for treatment in the private sector. He pulled his own tooth out and nearly died of sepsis as a result. There was one woman who worked on orthodontics before she got married, but the practice went private during the treatment she was having, and because she couldn't afford to pay for the money to complete the work, she had to cancel her wedding and honeymoon. Or, believe it or not, how about this? The woman from the Ukraine who came here for sanctuary from war, who had to go back to Ukraine to see her dentist because the situation was so bad here in the north of Wales. That is the legacy of a quarter of a century of Labour at the helm, and that is the price that the people of the north of Wales are paying for that.
Of the state of public services under a tired and discredited government. It's no surprise, of course, that the people of Wales want to see change. And back in July, when Sir Keir Starmer strolled into Downing Street, that's exactly, of course, what they were promised. With Labour now running both the Welsh government and the UK government, gone were the days of Wales being an afterthought on UK policy decisions. Baroness Eluned Morgan promised a partnership in power, meaning that Wales wouldn't only have the ear of the UK government, but an open door to work together to repair the damage of Tory austerity. Well, less than a year later, that promise lies in tatters, doesn't it? Not only did Labour in Wales fail to stop their London colleagues from cutting the winter fuel allowance, a decision, as we know, that has left so many of our most vulnerable pensioners shivering in their homes, they also let them break their promise to 1950s women. Now, in opposition, Labour MPs and MSs were queuing up to criticise the nasty Tories for betraying a whole generation. But once in power at Westminster, Labour in Wales just turned the other way. And as we See, they've abandoned those families struggling due to the two-child benefit cap, a pernicious policy that punishes children for being poor. But despite the failure of London and Westminster to scrap that policy, again, Labour in Wales just turns the other way. And we also see Labour withdrawing international aid, a decision that, of course, will lead to more conflict, more suffering, more starvation around the world, and, of course, as they try to outdo the Tories on cuts to welfare, taking away that safety net that so many people who are ill or disabled depend upon to get by. Labour in Wales, well, they turn the other way. You know, the lady might not have been for turning, but the Baroness turns whichever way Sir Keir Starmer tells her to. And even Welsh Government policy is now beholden to the Tory whip. Well, that could well be true, to the Labour whip in London. It's very different. It's very difficult to tell the difference. But forgotten is the previous insistence from the Welsh Government that Wales receives the £4 billion that we all know we're owed as a consequence of HS2 money that, again, as we all know, would transform public services here in Wales. For years, we listened to Labour MS after Labour MS backing Plaid Cymru's demands for Wales to be treated equally with Scotland and the north of Ireland. But now, of course, since, well, precisely the 4th of July last year, those same MSs are queuing up to make excuses and to explain to us exactly why that isn't money that actually is Wales's after all. But last week, we put them to the test. Plaid Cymru's motion to the Senedd repeated back to Labour exactly what they'd been demanding for years. But their amendment to our motion told us everything we need to know. It started with those two little words, delete all. And of course, frankly, it was downhill from there. Well, let's hope that the people of Wales see through this and that the people of Wales table their own amendment on the 7th of May next year to delete all Labour members of the Senedd at the election. Because what's become patently clear is that far from being in a partnership of power, Labour in Wales is a partner on a puppet string, dancing to London's tune at every opportunity. Even when Labour in Wales asks Labour in Westminster to implement Welsh Labour policy, Labour says no. I mean, you can't make it up. Plaid Cymru's debate on HS2 last week gave the Welsh Government a simple choice. Are they true to their word about standing up for Wales? Remember that election slogan they had back in the day? Or are they now putting party before country? Now, Labour ministers aren't renowned for answering questions in the Senedd, I have to say. But this was one question that they answered emphatically, absolutely emphatically. They made it clear that their loyalty is not to Wales, it's to their political masters in London. It's no longer standing up for Wales. Frankly, it's giving up on Wales, or indeed it's standing in Wales's way. Nawr, yn gynharach y mis yma, fe gafodd Llafur gyfle arall.
Labour had another opportunity to place the people of Wales in front or ahead of their own narrow party interests with inheritance tax regarding agriculture, a policy that is damaging rural communities. It was quite simple. There was a motion calling on the UK government to take a step back and look again at what was being proposed. That was their chance. The hope was that the Senedd would speak with one voice and send a united message to the UK government, exactly as the Scottish government has done and Northern Ireland has done. But once again, we got this Labour amendment to our motion that said delete the entire thing. And you know what comes next. Now, those of us who know how frail the agricultural economy is know that these changes to inheritance tax will have very far-reaching implications to farming in Wales.
Of lavish living millionaires, our family farms operate on tight margins and they're cash poor. Many live a hand-to-mouth existence and too many are living in debt. And the Welsh Government's own farm business income statistics prove as much. Welsh farmers don't have the capital to shoulder this additional tax burden. It'll force families to sell off land, cutting further into their livelihoods and, of course, making their farms less sustainable for the next generation. The policy is utterly counterproductive at a time, of course, when we need to be strengthening our food security, not undermining it. Yes, of course, we need to get to grips with those multi-millionaires who intentionally buy up land to avoid paying tax, and there are plenty of ways to do that, and the clawback system is one that's used in other countries that we could emulate here. But our working family farms shouldn't be caught in the crossfire. The economic, the environmental, the social, and the cultural collateral damage of allowing that to happen is too high a price to pay. Y cyfan o'n i'n gofyn I Lywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig.
So all we were asking the UK government to do was the same as the Welsh government with sustainable farming. Pause and review. And though we won the argument, we lost the vote. And once again, the Welsh government is the only devolved government in the whole of the UK that refuses to stand up to Labour in Westminster. No surprise then that the agricultural sector feels like it's under siege, and under the economic context, of course, as we can see with other industries, with the costs have increased massively in the last few years, and the cost of living crisis affecting farming families directly, but also affects indirectly through people's shopping habits and customer choice. And the whole destabilisation that has happened due to Brexit has had a massive impact, massive bureaucracy and paperwork in exports on one hand, and also, of course, the trade agreements, these new trade agreements. You've seen these frightening figures coming up about imports from Australia and New Zealand, opening the door for cheap imports of lower quality that undermine the domestic market. And of course, the Common Agricultural Policy means that we went from the surety of 7-year funding, that we're now going from 12 months to 12 months to 12 months. Totally unsustainable in trying to plan a future. And on top of that, we'll remember how the Tory government broke its promise on not a penny less of funding for the sector after Brexit, leaving farmers in Wales almost 250,000 each poorer. Something that Labour were shouting loudly for from the rooftops, but now refuse to implement, now that they're in a position to do something about it. And indeed, Labour have gone a step further and moved to use the Barnett formula with regards to agricultural funding for Wales, and of course is going to reduce further what's available over the next few years. If the Welsh Government and Westminster Government had a proper partnership in power, that would never have happened. But now, even Eluned Morgan acknowledges and admits that she's worried about the situation, and now she and her government have to undo the damage that her own government is causing. If ever she needed a government on her side, now is that time. And as the shadow agriculture spokesman of Plaid Cymru, that is what I commit to do for you, as I've done over the last few years, and indeed we can be proud of this, that what we've achieved as an opposition and as a party that is ready to be constructive and work where it is going to bear fruit. But imagine how much more we could do if we were in government. And I say that every time, in order to defend the family farm and create conditions that will allow it to thrive. Economically, the family farm maintains jobs in some of our most marginalised communities, and you know that every pound that goes into the industry, it creates 9 additional pounds in the local economy. And we talk about where the money is cut. If you take that pound out, you take out another £9 with it. And not just economically, but socially as well. Keeping people in our rural communities maintains our communities, and therefore it has linguistic and cultural implications. We know how farms are a central part of maintaining the Welsh language. 43% of Welsh farms speak Welsh, and that is compared to 19% of the general population. So if you undermine one of the greatest zones and hubs of the Welsh language, you undermine and ensure the end of the language, and forget that target of 1 million speakers for 2050. And even environmentally, the farmers of Wales are on the coalface when it comes to tackling climate change and preserving nature. Farmers in sustainable farming plans and agro-environmental schemes as well. They're the ones who have the best chance of realising renewable energy for Wales too. And whilst obvious challenges are to come, nobody denies that, while several people refer to the sector as a problem, I want to move away from that narrative, a very destructive narrative. People in Wales will give a solution when they're given a chance to address those. And I want to play my full part in tackling those hurdles. Now you look at that food sector, it's a good news story for us in Wales on the one hand. You know, we can say that That's 250,000 jobs, 17% of all the jobs in the Welsh economy.
Of course, we know that climate change and extreme weather is going to increasingly disrupt food supply in the coming years. And with half the fruit and veg consumed here coming from abroad, well, we're much too dependent on food imports, which is a huge risk, of course, if, and indeed when, overseas production falters. Now, you add to that the deepening cost of living crisis, which means that food insecurity has risen markedly in the UK. 17% of children are now living in food insecure households with all the long-term health and social impacts that brings. And you soon realise, of course, that beneath economic statistics, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Throw in as well a hugely centralised food supply system, dominated by just a handful of major supermarkets who supply 95% of all of the UK's food, and you see how exposed we are. It isn't just food security that we need to be concerned about, it's wider food resilience. And we need to be building a resilient, sustainable food system for Wales. Now that means developing an integrated food policy framework that places Wales at the forefront of food resilience, moving away from over-reliance on imported produce and centralised supply chains to fostering a homegrown, diversified food system. We need to establish a whole society approach where every layer from national policymakers to local communities plays a part in safeguarding food supplies. Now that means investing, yes, in local infrastructure, supporting community-led projects and education initiatives as well that build long-term resilience and reduces our dependency on those volatile global markets. And at the next election, Plaid Cymru will be articulating a bold, forward-thinking vision that transforms Wales's food system into one that is sustainable, equitable, and prepared for future challenges, stressing that food security isn't just a matter of convenience, it's a fundamental right, it's a cornerstone of public health, and, of course, of national resilience. And I want farming communities, local government, business, everyone to work together to help create a model for food resilience that will put us in good shape to face the huge challenges that we know are coming. Ond mwyn gwneud hynny, gyfeillion, mae'n rhaid...
That, friends, we have to take the reins of power from Labour in Cardiff Bay. And though the opinion polls are positive at the moment, no one's going to deceive themselves to say that we've got to put in a big shift. Labour has run out of energy and they're running out of time. And it's become increasingly obvious that this partnership in power is a complete farce between Labour in Cardiff and Labour in London. The real partnership in power will be that between a Plaid Cymru government and the people of Wales. And I, as you, look forward to taking that vision that we have for a better Wales to the people of Wales over the next year. Thank you very much.
Diolch